Chapter 832. Protective arrage was Xiangding, and the others were bewildered. The fact that the Zhuo family was a Ryuka descendant was a secret. No one else knew about it. So how did Qin Nye know? Do you know why the protective array of the Vitality Tower was activated? The Blue Dragon Hall of the Imperial Capital has come to capture you Ryuka descendants because you implicated our prefecture. We had no choice but to hand you over, Qin Nye said with an indifferent smile. Zhuo Xiangding's expression was ugly as he asked, "How did the Blue Dragon Hall know about this?" Zhuo Xiangding knew that since the Blue Dragon Hall had come to capture them, they had clearly confirmed the fact that they were Ryuka descendants. However, he was still puzzled. The Zhuo family had been extremely low-key for so many years, so how did the Blue Dragon Hall know about their identity as Ryuka descendants? The secret of your family's genius, Zhuowen, having a dragon soul, was revealed. I heard that he was surrounded and killed by the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall. Does the Zhuo family still dare to deny it? Qin Nye sneered. What? The Blue Dragon Hall discovered Zhuowen's dragon soul and killed him? When Qin Nye said this, Zhuo Xiangding and the rest of the family fell silent. Their eyes were filled with grief and indignation. They also didn't expect that Zhuowen's dragon soul would be discovered by the Blue Dragon Hall. They were well aware of how terrifying the Blue Dragon Hall was. If they really sent experts to surround and kill him, Zhuowen's chances of survival were indeed very slim. Did LVE Tao invite the Zhuo family to the prefecture capital to capture us all in one fell swoop? The young and impetuous Zhuo Tian suddenly stepped forward and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice. Qin Nye's lips curled into a mocking smile. He shook his head and said, "No, LV Tao treated you sincerely. However, with the enemy before us, what's the use of him objecting? He's just a junior." Hearing those words, the members of the Zhuo family also saw the injured LV Tao. Their eyes flickered, and they knew that they had misunderstood LV Tao. Boom, boom. In an instant, the defensive formation shook violently. Grand Haohai, Qing Yi, and the other four had joined forces to attack the defensive formation. They're making their move. We must take these Zhuo family members and negotiate with them. Xian Yuanli came to Qin Nye's side and said solemnly. Qin Nye nodded. With a wave of his right hand, he lifted the Yuan Qi prison that bound the Zhuo family members and followed Xian Yuanli to the top of the tower. The master of the meteorite's beautiful eyes flickered as she slowly followed behind Qin Nye and Xian Yuanli with the imprisoned Qing Lian and Luo Xing. At this moment, Grand Haohai and the other four on the defensive formation also noticed Qin Nye and Xian Yuanli at the top of the Origin Qi Tower below. At the same time, they also noticed the Zhuo family members tied up by Qin Nye. "My lords, can we negotiate?" Qin Nye said loudly. Hearing this, Grand Haohai and the other four stopped what they were doing and looked down at Qin Nye and Xian Yuanli mockingly. Qin Nye and Xian Yuanli were only at the pinnacle of the ultimate ninth Wheel Emperor stage. To the five of them, they were as insignificant as ants. Qing Yan looked past the five of them and looked down at Qin Nye and Xian Yuanli. He said indifferently, "Negotiate? Do you think the two of you are qualified to negotiate with me?" Qin Nye and Xian Yuanli's expressions changed slightly at Qin Yan's words. However, Qin Nye's expression did not change. Instead, he smiled fawningly and said, "You must be Lord Qing Yan of the Blue Dragon Hall. We know the purpose of your visit, Lord Qing Yan. You must be here for the Ryuka descendants, right? Now, I have all the Ryuka descendants in my hands. We are willing to offer these Ryuka descendants to you with both hands. We only ask that Lord Qing Yan let go of our prefecture capital. Qin Nie's posture was very humble, and he had a fawning smile on his face. This servile attitude attracted LV Yitao's disdainful gaze. This Qin Nie is really shameless. Unfortunately, LV Yitao was seriously injured and could not fight at all. Now, he was supported by the other geniuses of the house of Marquis Qin. He could only silently watch Qin Nie and Xianyuan Li negotiate with Qin Yen. Oh, they are the Ryuka descendants. Qin Yen glanced at the elemental energy prison in Qin Nie's hand, but his gaze was fixed on Grant Haohai. He knew that the Grant family and the Zhuo family had been friends for generations. They should be very familiar with the Zhuo family. Grant Haohai nodded at Qin Yen, then looked at Zhuo Xiangding in the elemental energy prison. He smiled and said, "Old man Zhuo, I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. Your bones are quite healthy." Zhuo Xiangding looked deeply at Grant Haohai. He took a deep breath and asked, "Grant Haohai, was it you who tipped off the Blue Dragon Hall about Zhuowen's dragon soul?" Although Zhuowen's temperament was sometimes quite stubborn, his style of doing things was extremely steady. He did not believe that the former would give himself away so easily and let the Blue Dragon Hall discover his identity as a Ryuka descendant. Therefore, Zhuo Xiangding had long suspected that someone might have tipped off Zhuowen, and this person was undoubtedly Grant Haohai. The corners of Grant Haohai's mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly laughed and said, "Old man, you must be joking. The reason why Zhuowen was discovered was mainly because he was too arrogant and didn't know how to restrain himself. This has nothing to do with me." Zhuo Xiangding sneered and said, 20 years ago, Xiaotian suddenly disappeared in the imperial capital. Moreover, it was said that his dragon soul was being hunted down by the Blue Dragon Hall. I know that this has a lot to do with you. 20 years have passed. You didn't even let Xiaotian's son go. Now you plan to make a move against our Zhuo family? Speaking up to here, Zhuo Xiangding suddenly said with full vigor, "Grant how my Zhuo family treated your Grant family well. Xiaotian even treated you as a brother. That's why he went to the imperial capital alone with you to help you establish the Grant family. But what about you? Is this how you treat Xiaotian, his son, and his family?" Grant Haohai narrowed his eyes, which contained a trace of coldness. He said indifferently, "Old man Zhuo, you're exaggerating. You can't speak without evidence. I didn't know anything about Xiaotian's disappearance back then. As for Zhuowen, I said that it was because he didn't know how to restrain himself that the Blue Dragon Hall had something on him. What does that have to do with me, Grant Haohai?" Grant Haohai didn't say anything else. He stood silently among the 5 people. He wanted to see how Qin Nie was going to negotiate with them. Qin Yen glanced meaningfully at Zhuo Xiangding and Grant Haohai. He knew that the Grant family and the Zhuo family had a secret that they didn't know about. However, Qin Yen didn't ask. This was someone else's private matter. He was just an outsider and naturally couldn't interfere. Right now, his priority was to take down the Ryuka remnants. Looking back at Qin Nie, Qin Yen said indifferently, "We have 2 goals in coming to the imperial capital. One is to capture the Ryuka remnants, and the other is the Origin Chi Pagoda. If you can hand over the Origin Chi Pagoda, with both hands, we can consider not invading your territory." When Qin Yen said this, Qin Nie, Xianyuan Li, and the master of the meteorites expressions changed. The Origin Chi Pagoda was the foundation of the imperial capital. It was also the foundation that ensured the prosperity of the imperial capital's geniuses. If the Origin Chi Pagoda was taken away by Qin Yen, their imperial capital's foundation would be unstable. At that time, it would be much more difficult to nurture geniuses. "Oh, don't tell me. You don't want to?" With our lineup, it's only a matter of time before we blast open this protective array. Once we break in, it's hard to guarantee that we won't start a massacre, so I know you're all smart people and know the right choice. Seeing Qin Nye and the others hesitate, Qin Yen sneered, and his voice became extremely cold, containing a touch of cruel killing intent. Qin Nye and Xianyuan Li's expressions changed slightly. Exchanging a glance, Qin Nye gritted his teeth and said, "We're willing to give you the Origin Qi Pagoda, but after you enter the imperial capital, you must not touch our ever-flourishing Marquis Mansion, the Imperial Sword School, and the Jade Maiden Star Court." Seeing Qin Nye agree, Qin Yan's expression relaxed slightly. "Of course, our goal is only the Ryuka remnants and the Origin Qi Pagoda. As long as you know what's good for you, we naturally won't touch your forces." "Then thank you, Lord Qin Yen." Qin Nye smiled flatteringly. Qin Yen snorted and said indifferently, "Then can you open the protective array now? Do you want us to stand outside?" "Marquis Qin, don't open it. Once you do, you'll regret it." Just as Qin Nye was about to open the protective array, LV Yitao, who was supported by the geniuses of the house of Marquis Qin, suddenly shouted, wanting to stop Qin Nye. Qin Yen glanced at LV Yitao and continued, "Don't lose your life because of the words of some clowns. I've said before, if you don't open it when we break the array, your forces can forget about existing in the imperial capital. Open it, and I can spare your forces." Qin Nye and Xianyuan Li nodded and did not stop because of LV Yitao's words. The two of them repeatedly made hand seals and slapped the top of the Origin Qi Pagoda. Suddenly, the protective array covering the top of the Origin Qi Pagoda completely collapsed into nothingness at this moment. Looking at the dispersing protective array, Qin Yen revealed a faintly discernible smile and immediately led Qin Yi and the others to land on top of the Origin Qi Pagoda. Glan Haohai and the others also entered the Origin Qi Pagoda. "Lord Qin Yen, these are the remnants of the Ryuka family. I'll leave them to you." Qin Nye came in front of Qin Yen with a fawning smile. With a wave of his right hand, he handed the Origin Qi prison to Qin Yen, his face full of flattery. Taking the Origin Qi prison, Qin Yen faintly glanced at the members of the Zhua family, glaring angrily in the cage. The smile on his lips deepened, and he patted Qin Nye's shoulder. "You've done well. It's my honor to be able to work for Lord Qin Yen." Qin Nye hurriedly nodded and bowed. The fawning smile on his face deepened, as if he was the most loyal dog. Bang! At this moment, Qin Yan's right hand clenched into a fist and smashed into Qin Nye's lower dantian without warning. Powerful Origin Qi invaded and directly destroyed Qin Nye's dantian. Qin Nye's eyes bulged as he looked at Qin Yen in disbelief. He really couldn't understand why Qin Yen would suddenly attack him. "You've made us wait for so long in the protective array. You've also committed a great sin. Consider this a small punishment." Chapter 833. Qin Tian transforming into a dragon. Qin Nye collapsed to the ground, his body trembling. He still couldn't believe that Qin Yen had crippled him. When he saw Qin Nye being crippled, the nearby Xianyuan Li's pupils constricted, and he actually hurriedly covered himself in boundless sword qi as he retreated repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Why did you do this? We've already opened the defensive formation for you, and even handed over the Ryuka bloodline. Why did you cripple me?" Qin Nye still couldn't believe it. He shouted hysterically, his voice full of shock and anger. "You're so stupid. Do you believe what we said? Did I promise you anything?" Qin Yen sneered. "Qin Yi, take that guy down and cripple him as well. I have personally come to the county capital. Not only did these magnates of the county capital not come out to welcome me, They even used a defensive formation to obstruct me. They deserve to die. Crippling their cultivation is already the greatest mercy I can give them. Qing Yan pointed at the retreating Xian Yuan Li and ordered Qing Yi behind him. Qing Yi nodded and quickly rushed towards Xian Yuan Li. Seeing Qing Yi rushing over, Xian Yuan Li's face changed. Qing Yan didn't intend to let him go. This made him angry and shocked. At the same time, there was a trace of regret in his heart. If he had listened to Lve Tao and didn't open the defensive formation to let Qing Yan and the others in, the capital could still hold on for more than half a month. But now, in order to please Qing Yan, not only did he help Qin Ye hand over the Ryuka bloodline, but he also opened the defensive formation to let the tiger go back to the mountain. He didn't expect that he would harm himself. Qing Yan actually attacked the two of them as soon as he came in, sword crossing the world. Xian Yuan Li shouted angrily. Countless sword chi gushed out and turned into a huge long sword under his feet. With a swoosh, the long sword turned into a streamer and flew into the distance with a long tail behind it. Sky Crossing Sword was one of the more powerful body-type armor-type techniques of the Imperial Sword School. It could transform one's sword aura into a long sword and unleash an extremely fast speed. Qing Yi snorted coldly, unwilling to be outdone. His right hand formed a claw, and a burst of green light burst out, turning into a huge dragon shadow under his feet. Stepping on the dragon shadow, Qing Yi's speed soared to an extremely terrifying level. He was even much faster than Xian Yuan Li. Qing Yi caught up to Xian Yuan Li within 10 breaths of time. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed at Xian Yuan Li. Xian Yuan Li could not resist at all. The difference between the two was too great. After grabbing Xian Yuan Li, Qing Yi's face was cold. He turned into a green shadow and arrived in front of Qing Yan. He threw Xian Yuan Li in front of Qing Yan and said, "Master Qing Yan, you can do whatever you want with him." Xian Yuan Li's whole body trembled. The people from the Blue Dragon Hall were too strong. Even if he used his strongest movement technique, sword crossing heaven, he still couldn't escape from the hands of the experts from the Blue Dragon Hall. At this moment, Xian Yuan Li had already given up. "I'll give you two choices. Destroy your own cultivation or die. Choose for yourself." Qing Yan stared at Xian Yuan Li indifferently. His voice sounded in Xian Yuan Li's ears, causing the latter's face to turn ugly. "What? It seems that you want to die? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish." The smile on Qing Yan's face grew wider. Yuan Li gathered in the palm of his right hand like a whirlpool. "I'll destroy my own cultivation." Seeing that Qing Yan was about to make a move, Xian Yuan Li made a prompt decision. He raised his hands and then fiercely hit his lower abdomen. There was a crack, like the sound of glass breaking. Xian Yuan Li spat out blood. His dantian had been completely shattered by him. From now on, he would be a cripple. The master of the meteorite, who was originally quite far away, slowly retreated. As early as when Qin Ye was destroyed by Qin Yan, the master of the meteorite had already found that something was wrong, so she quietly retreated. At this moment, the master of the meteorite and Qin Yan were hundreds of miles away. Taking advantage of the time when Qin Yan and the others' attention was on Xian Yuan Li, the master of the meteorite quickly took Qing Lian and Luo Xing to leave this place. When did the master of the meteorite become so timid? Just when the master of the meteorite was about to leave this place, a harsh voice came, causing the master of the meteorite's delicate body to tremble slightly. She turned around and took Qing Lian and Luo Xing back dozens of steps. She looked at the figure that appeared in front of her with a dignified look. This person was extremely ugly and had only one arm. It was Su Lingtian, who had almost killed Zhuowen with a sneak attack. "Who are you?" Are you also a member of the Blue Dragon Hall? The master of the meteorite protected Qing Lian and Luo Xing and asked coldly, "He, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that the three of you can't escape. Follow me to where Master Qing Yin is." Su Lingtian glanced indifferently at the three of them. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying yuan power gushed out. It was like a flood and ferocious beast as it wrapped around the meteorite garden's master. The master of the meteorite's face changed slightly. She stretched out her hands, and endless starlight swept out, forming countless starry zones around her to protect her body. Unfortunately, Su Lingtian was a supreme being after all, who was many times more powerful than the master of the meteorite. The terrifying primary energy poured out, and the starlight in front of the master of the meteorite was shattered like paper. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the master of the meteorite retreated continuously. Then a huge primary energy hand came and grabbed her. Su Lingtian took advantage of the momentum and carried her in front of Qing Yen. As for Luo Xing and Qing Lian, their cultivation levels were too low, so Su Lingtian didn't take them seriously. Therefore, he didn't lock them up. Master Qing Yen, this woman is the master of the meteorite, the leader of the last superpower in the prefecture, the Jade Lady Garden. She's at your disposal. Su Lingtian casually threw the master of the meteorite in front of Qing Yen. Then he cupped his hands and stood silently behind Qing Yen. Qing Yen nodded to Su Lingtian and said to the master of the meteorite, "My request is the same. You either destroy your own cultivation or die." The master of the meteorite's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and decisively destroyed her own cultivation. At this point, the leaders of the superpowers in the prefecture were either dead or destroyed. They were basically no longer a threat. A wise man submits to circumstances. Qing Yan's lips curled slightly. Then she ordered the guards of the Blue Dragon Hall to carry Xianyuan Li Qinya and the master of the meteorite in her hands. She stood in the sky above the prefecture and shouted. Her voice was like rolling thunder, filling the sky above the prefecture. "Warriors of the prefecture, listen carefully. We are from the Blue Dragon Hall of the Imperial City, as well as 3 of the 5 major families, the Grant family, the Chow family, and the Feng family. The purpose of our visit this time is to accept your Muqin County and the Origin Qi Tower in the county capital." As soon as she said this, countless warriors in the prefecture came out. They looked up at Qing Yen and the others in the sky with anger in their eyes. But soon, these warriors saw Xianyuan Li, Qinya, and the master of the meteorite in the hands of the warriors of the Blue Dragon Hall. The anger in their eyes turned into shock. Marquis Yongsheng Qinya, the leader of the ruling sword sect, Xianyuan Li, and the master of the meteorite of the Jade Lady Star Court were all captured alive by them. This is so powerful. The 5 major families of the Imperial City and the Blue Dragon Hall are so powerful. The 3 leaders are the strongest of the superpowers, but they are being casually carried in their hands. Everyone, don't be afraid. We still have Lu Nantian, the Marquis of Muqin, and Lord Lu Hantian, the peerless genius from the land of blood demons. It is said that Lord Lu Hantian is at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. When Lord Lu Hantian comes back, these people won't dare to be presumptuous here. The strength of Qing Yen and the others had indeed shocked many warriors in the prefecture, but they were full of confidence in Lu Nantian and Lu Hantian, not to mention Lu Nantian. Lu Hantian's Celestial Master Realm cultivation was known by almost everyone in the prefecture when they besieged the Marquis Mansion of Baichuan. Everyone knew that there was a powerful celestial master hidden in the house of Marquis Qin. Qing Yen sneered and continued to shout, "Do you still have hope in Lu Nantian? And Lu Hantian? I'll tell you the truth. Lu Nantian was killed by the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall in the Imperial City, and Lu Hantian was captured by Emperor Qing and locked in the dungeon of the Imperial City, never to see the light of day again. Do you still think these two people can appear?" Once these words were spoken, it immediately caused a frenzied uproar among the provincial capital's martial artists. Everyone revealed shocked expressions. Lu Nantian is dead, and Lu Hantian is imprisoned by Emperor Qing? How could this be? Is this person making things up? Looking at the doubtful crowd below, Qing Yan did not have much patience. He said to Qing Yi, "Use your strongest attack and destroy the house of Marquis Qin. I want these ignorant warriors in the prefecture to know if what I said is true." Qing Yi nodded. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in the sky above Mu Qin Marquis Mansion. His hands formed seals repeatedly. Immediately, waves of terrifying origin energy burst out from his body. The azure light was extremely blazing. It was as if Qing Yi had become an azure sun at this moment. Green sky transforming dragon. With a shout, Qing Yi's hands formed into claws. Countless green lights reached their peak. Then, a giant green dragon, nearly 10,000 feet long, was born from the green lights. Howl, a terrifying dragon roar, was heard. Then, the huge azure dragon looked down at Mu Qin's Marquis Mansion. Its cold dragon eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Qing Yi pressed his hands down. The giant green dragon swooped down. Its target was the house of Marquis Qin. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. After the green dragon entered the house of Marquis Qin, it twisted its huge body and began to destroy the surrounding buildings in the house of Marquis Qin. Every movement of the dragon could bring about terrible destruction. For a moment, miserable screams filled the Mu Qin Marquis Manor. Wherever the azure dragon passed, no matter if it was the pavilions or the cultivators or servants inside, they were all turned into powder under this power and disappeared completely. In an instant, the originally grand and majestic Mu Qin Marquis Manor was reduced to dust and debris under the destruction of the green dragon. Within the debris, there was even a small stream of blood that gathered into a small stream. This was the blood of the warriors and servants in the house of Marquis Qin. Basically, the people inside were not spared. Chapter 834. Get lost. LV Yitao clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but even so, he was still helpless. He was too weak, so weak that he didn't even have the qualifications to look at Qing Yan. Qing Lian and Luo Xing also came to LV Yitao. Their eyes were red. They also saw what happened to the master of the meteorite. His cultivation was directly crippled, and he would be a complete cripple in the future. But they couldn't do anything because they were too weak. In this world of martial arts where the strong preyed on the weak, they couldn't do anything. Brother LV, don't be too sad. Qing Yan and the others are too strong. Luo Xing gently patted LV Yitao's shoulder, but she didn't know how to comfort him. If Brother Zhua and Senior Hantian were here, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were also filled with sorrow. She couldn't help but think of Lu Hantian and Zhuowen. One of them was a monstrous figure of the younger generation, and the other was a peerless genius of the older generation. If the two of them were here, how would Qing Yan and the others dare to act recklessly? Ha ha! Look, even the house of Marquis Qin has been destroyed. Where are Lu Nantian and Lu Hantian? They didn't come out at all. Qing Yan became more and more proud, and his loud voice spread throughout the entire county. He wanted to shatter the hopes of all the martial artists in the county and completely control the county. Of course, according to the agreement, the Vitality Pagoda of the county would be divided equally with the Grand, Chow, and Fong families. The martial artists in the county fell silent. The house of Marquis Qin was destroyed, but Lu Nantian and Lu Hantian still didn't show up. They knew that it was probably like what Qin Yan said. Lu Nantian was dead, and Lu Hantian was imprisoned by Emperor Qin. In the future, Muqing County will no longer be under the control of the house of Marquis Qin. My Azure Dragon Halls, Qin Yan, Grand Clans, 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 Grand Clan. If anyone dares to disobey, the only outcome is death. I think all of you are wise men who know how to adapt to circumstances. Qin Yan was looking down at all the warriors in the provincial capital. The arrogance in his eyes became more and more intense. Qin Yan liked and enjoyed the feeling of controlling the fate of others. Whoosh! As soon as Qin Yan finished speaking, a beam of blood-red light shot over from the void with extreme speed. Qin Yan originally had a smile on his face, but when he sensed the powerful sonic boom that was getting closer and closer, his smile immediately froze. Azure Dragon Art! Qin Yan roared angrily. Countless streams of green energy swirled in the air. Instantly, they transformed into a huge green dragon shadow around him. Bang! The blood-red light was extremely fast. In an instant, it stopped above the green dragon shadow. Only then did Qin Yan notice that the blood-red light was actually a strange blood-red spear. At this moment, the blood-red spear was actually rotating at high speed. Waves of dense blood energy were constantly dissipating. Who is it? Looking at the blood-red spear that stopped the green dragon shadow in front of him, Qin Yan's pupils shrank. He shouted in shock and anger. Unfortunately, he was answered with a long silence. It was as if the spear had suddenly appeared. Pretending to be mysterious, Qin Yan roared coldly. He stomped his feet. Suddenly, the green dragon shadow gradually solidified. The originally illusory dragon shadow had now transformed into a real green dragon. One could see the green dragon scales that were shining with a cold light on its surface. Lord Qin Yan actually directly used the dragon soul materialization. Isn't this a little overkill? Looking at the materialized green dragon, Su Lingtian frowned slightly. He felt that Qin Yan was making a fuss over nothing. He had actually used the dragon soul materialization. Qin Yi shook his head and said, Lord Qin Yan's actions are likely because he is really angry. After all, he was interrupted halfway through his words. Naturally, he would feel uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, he should want to completely crush the blood-red spear to vent his anger. In an extremely inconspicuous corner of the province, a sallow-faced middle-aged man looked at the dragon soul materialization of Qin Yan. His eyes flickered as he softly said, It seems that Qin Yan has advanced to the Xuanzun realm after this period of cultivation. Unfortunately, so what if the dragon soul materialization is real? The gap between Qin Yan and me is getting bigger and bigger. As he spoke, he stomped his feet. Immediately, the blood-red spear that was pressing against the green dragon in the sky suddenly hummed. Countless amounts of blood energy condensed around it. Crack! The materialized green dragon was directly shattered under the increased power of the blood-red spear. Under Qin Yan's stunned gaze, the spear pierced through his collarbone. Swoosh! Under the powerful force of the blood-red spear, Qin Yan's entire body was blasted flying, and he was directly nailed to the origin energy tower by the blood-red spear. At this moment, many cultivators in the province looked at Qin Yan, who was originally in high spirits and threatening them, but after he finished speaking, He was actually directly pierced through by a blood-red spear that came out of nowhere and nailed to the Origin Energy Tower. As they looked at Qin Yan, who was in an extremely sorry state at this moment, and recalled his complacent expression from before, many people revealed a trace of schadenfreude in their eyes. It was even to the extent that Gulan Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji recovered from their initial shock. An indistinct smile hung on their faces, and the ridicule within it was rather dense. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qin Yan's expression was slightly dispirited. As for the changes in the expressions of the others, he naturally noticed all of them. Rage attacked his heart, and he spat out another mouthful of blood as he shouted furiously, "Who exactly is it?" The place where the blood-red spear pierced was very accurate. It actually just happened to pierce through his collarbone, thus sealing the meridians around his collarbone, causing him to be unable to use the slightest bit of yuan power. Didn't you very arrogantly say that we, the cultivators of the province, should know when to submit to the circumstances? If I remember correctly, these words should be exclusive to the victors, but look at you being nailed to the Origin Energy Tower like a stray dog. Don't you feel that your words from before are very laughable? A mocking laugh slowly rang out from an inconspicuous corner of the province. After that, a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion slowly walked out with the corners of his mouth raised. This middle-aged man was Zhuowen, who had used the 100 transformation technique to change his appearance and aura. When Qin Ye was crippled, Zhuowen had actually already rushed to the province. Unfortunately, what caused his gaze to darken was that the members of the Zhuo family had actually been taken out by Qin Ye and Xianyuan Li and taken the initiative to hand them over to Qin Yan. This action caused Zhuowen's heart to be filled with anger. Therefore, when Qin Yan crippled Qin Ye and Xianyuan Li, he did not appear. For two selfish fellows like Qin Ye and Xianyuan Li, Zhuowen was too lazy to save them. At that time, the master of the meteorite's attitude of not wanting to cause trouble was also seen by Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen also looked on coldly from the sidelines when the master of the meteorite met with misfortune. Since the other party had sold out his family, then what obligation did he, Zhuowen, have to save such a person? He, Zhuowen, was not that cheap. Zhuowen's appearance immediately attracted the attention of Grand Haohai and the others in the sky. A trace of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Although Qin Yan was only at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm, he possessed a third-grade dragon soul. If his dragon soul was materialized, his strength would be much stronger than an ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivator. He was comparable to an advanced stage Xuanzuan realm cultivator. However, Qin Yan was unable to resist that casual spear and was pierced through by the blood spear. Clearly, the strength of this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared was not simple. He was probably at least at the sovereign stage. Grand Haohai's eyes flickered. He suddenly leapt to the sky above Zhuowen and looked down at Zhuowen. He smiled and said, "Your strength is not bad. It's a waste of your talent to devote yourself to this small Muqin county. If you're willing to become a guest elder of my grand family is willing to nurture you. Of course, even if Qin Yan is unhappy with you, my grand family can help you take care of this matter. What do you think?" As he spoke, Grand Haohai looked down at Zhuowen with a smile. That blood spear was extremely stunning. Grand Haohai could tell that this middle-aged man before him was not simple. Therefore, he took the risk of going against Qin Yan and wanted to recruit this middle-aged man before him. At this moment, Qin Yan had already escaped from the blood spear with the help of Qin Yi and Su Lingtian. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen as he coldly said, "Patriarch Grand, recruiting this bastard means that you're going against my Blue Dragon Hall." Grand Haohai narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, Your Excellency Qing, Yen, I think you're twisting words and forcing logic. You can't represent the Blue Dragon Hall. Who I recruit has nothing to do with you, right? Qing Yen coldly snorted and said, My Blue Dragon Hall must take this person's life. What's the use of your grand family recruiting him? He'll still die in the end. Hearing this, Grand Haohai looked down at Zhuowen and said indifferently, You heard it too? Now that you've offended the Blue Dragon Hall, if you don't have a backer, you'll definitely die. Joining my grand family is the best choice. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and quietly stared at Grand Haohai. However, he felt that it was somewhat ridiculous. This Grand Haohai had framed him many times. Now that he had changed his appearance, this person actually came to recruit him. If Grand Haohai knew that the middle-aged man before him was Zhuowen, who knew what Grand Haohai would think. Seeing that Zhuowen did not reply for a long time, Grand Haohai frowned and said, What? Do you think my grand family is not good? If you don't join my grand family, not only will you be hunted down by the Blue Dragon Hall, you'll also be hunted down by my grand family. When Grand Haohai said this, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. This Grand Haohai actually intended to threaten him. I'm not interested in your grand family. Scram. After saying that, not only was Grand Haohai stunned, the others were also stunned. Grand Haohai was the grand family's clan head, one of the 5 great families. At this moment, he personally came to invite him. Not only was he flatly rejected by this person, he was even asked to scram. What did you say just now? You dare to speak to me like this? Grand Haohai asked again, somewhat unable to recover from his shock. Why wouldn't I dare? I asked you to scram. Why aren't you scramming? Chapter 835. Tai Chi 8 trigrams. You're courting death. The veins on Grand Haohai's forehead bulged. He was the patriarch of the grand family, yet he was told to get lost by a single person. It was a great humiliation. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out. Grand Haohai's long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. He said word by word, I tried to persuade you to join the grand family, but you were unruly and even insulted me. Today, I'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. After saying that, Grand Haohai stomped his foot and a pair of black and white eyes appeared in the void behind him. The black and white eyes rotated together, forming the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. It looked extremely strange. Tai Chi 8 trigrams. Grand Haohai has even released his armor soul. It seems like he really wants to take down this reckless middle-aged man. Qing Yen stared at the Tai Chi 8 trigrams, eye above Grand Haohai, with a cold smile. Zhuowen stared indifferently at Grand Haohai and the Tai Chi 8 trigrams, eye behind him. With a wave of his right hand, an extremely broken jade cauldron appeared in his hand. Roar! An extremely clear dragon's roar came from the jade cauldron. Then streams of intertwining dragons might appear in the air surrounding Grand Haohai, and the Tai Chi 8 trigrams' eye. 81 streams of dragons might had appeared. During the 3 years in the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen had not only comprehended the power of the Azura Blood Spear, but the Supreme Dragon Cauldron had also been refining the 81 strands of dragon power within it at all times. Now that 3 years had passed, the 81 streams of dragons' might had been completely refined by the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. Moreover, due to the nourishment of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron's dragon chi, the dragon's might was much stronger than before. Grand Haohai's pupils shrank as he looked at the intertwining dragon's might. His expression was extremely solemn as he could feel a trace of threat from the dragon's might. Tai Chi 8 trigrams, 6 directions, and 8 desolations. Grand Haohai roared angrily. The black and white eyes behind him rotated rapidly. Streams of yin and yang energy gushed out from the eyes, turning into two black and white energy pillars that rushed towards the surrounding dragon's might. Rumble! However, to Grant Howhai's horror, the barrier formed by the surrounding draconic power was extremely tough. His Tai Chi 8 trigrams, I could not cause any damage to it. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Why aren't you coming to kill me now? Zhuowen calmly stared at Grant Howhai, who was surrounded by the dragon's might, and asked indifferently. Hearing this, Grant Howhai's eyes flickered, but he did not answer. Instead, he continuously used the Taiji 8 trigrams eye to attack the surrounding dragon might. However, he felt a little regretful. If he had known that the middle-aged man in front of him had such a strong trump card, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to be the scapegoat. I'll deal with you later. You trash. After Zhuowen said something that made Grant Howhai vomit blood, he took a step forward and rushed towards Qing Yan. After all, the members of the Zhuo family were still in the hands of the Blue Dragon Hall martial artists. When he saw Zhuowen rushing towards him, Qing Yi's eyes darkened, and he ordered Qing Yi and Su Ling Tian, "You two go. If there's a chance, capture him alive. If there's no chance, just kill him." "Yes," Qing Yi and Su Ling Tian responded and rushed towards Zhuowen with fierce eyes. Just now, Zhuowen had used 81 rays of dragon's might, which had indeed shocked the two of them. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had already used such a powerful method on Grant Howhai. At this moment, he definitely did not have any extra trump cards. Moreover, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, which was obvious to the two of them. With such a cultivation, Qing Yi and Su Ling Tian were not afraid at all. The two of them combined were enough to take down the middle-aged man in front of them. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the blood spear that was stuck in the Vitality Pagoda buzzed and was caught in his hand. Then he suddenly swung his right hand, and a monstrous sea of blood swept towards Qing Yi and Su Ling Tian. Azure Sky Transforming Dragon, Centurion Hurricane, Qing Yi and Su Ling Tian both bellowed out furiously. They used the moves they were most familiar with. They could sense the terror of the sea of blood before them. The sea of blood contained an extremely profound power. 1,000 feet long azure dragon shadow appeared in the void behind Qing Yi, and behind Su Ling Tian were hundreds of hurricanes that were constantly rotating. They were both extremely terrifying. Rumble! The sea of blood instantly collided with the azure dragon shadow and the hundreds of hurricanes. A terrifying explosion slowly rose in the void, and like a chain reaction, the entire sky of the prefecture capital was filled with monstrous explosions. The terrifying explosive energy seemed as if it was going to explode the entire sky. It actually tore the sky into countless huge black holes, which looked exceptionally terrifying. What terrifying energy! Who exactly is this middle-aged man? Is he also someone from our prefecture capital? Why haven't I heard of him before? One of the two experts from the Blue Dragon Hall is at the Sovereign Realm, and the other is at the Golden Venerate Realm. The two of them are actually in a deadlock with this man in midair. How terrifying! The terrifying collision in the sky above the prefecture capital left all the warriors in the prefecture capital dumbfounded. They were all trying to guess the identity of the middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian were also silently watching the battle above. The shock on their faces was no less than the others. Who is that middle-aged man? Judging from his appearance, it seems like he wants to save the Zhuo family. Luo Xing silently watched the battle above and muttered. LV Yitao shook his head and did not reply. He also had a trace of doubt in his heart. The middle-aged man's intention was too obvious. He was going to save the Zhuo family. Sacrifice for a noble cause, Azura transformation. Zhuowen roared angrily. An even more terrifying sea of blood gathered from the void and enveloped Zhuowen. Drip, drip. The sound of blood dripping slowly came from the sea of blood. A bloody figure suddenly walked out from the sea of blood. At this moment, Zhuowen's entire body was covered with an extremely strange blood-red armor. A blood-red skull mask had also appeared on his face. At this moment, Zhuowen looked like an Asura who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He carried an endless amount of blood and resentment. Kill! After walking out from the sea of blood, Zhuowen stomped his foot. Boundless killing, intent swept out and soared into the sky, the sea of blood, the green dragon shadow, and the 100 hurricanes that were originally in a deadlock suddenly tilted. The sea of blood actually covered the green dragon shadow and the 100 hurricanes in an instant. What? This person is clearly at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. How can he erupt with such terrifying power? Looking at the extremely terrifying sea of blood, Qing Yi and Su Lingtian's faces changed drastically. A trace of disbelief surfaced on their faces. Let's work together and suppress this person together. Qing Yi roared at Su Lingtian. The green glow on his body became more vigorous. The green dragon that was formed by his yuan power roared and faintly grew a little stronger. Su Lingtian was not to be outdone. Terrifying yuan power poured out. The 100 hurricanes that were originally behind him trembled a few times and grew from 100 to 150 hurricanes. The power was more terrifying than before by more than 30%. Zhuowen wore a blood-red skull mask. His exposed eyes were scarlet red. Those were a pair of eyes that only had killing intent. It was a pair of eyes that made people tremble. Kill, kill, kill. Azura blood sea, slaughter everything. Looking up to the sky, Zhuowen's aura became even more terrifying. He suddenly jumped up and raised the blood-red spear above his head. He fiercely slammed it down, directly hitting the green dragon and the 100 hurricanes. Crack! The green dragon roared. The corner of its mouth crumbled inch by inch under the powerful attack of the spear. Following that, the 100 hurricanes collapsed under the terrifying power. Boom! As soon as the azure dragon and the 100 hurricanes were destroyed, Zhuowen violently landed on the ground. The powerful force had actually blasted a hole several dozen meters in diameter into the ground. Zhuowen half squatted in the center of the hole as a terrifying, bloody aura emanated from him. Qing Yi and Su Lingtian both retreated. They stared at the half-squatting, blood-red figure in the deep hole. Their eyes were full of seriousness. Qing Yan was also shocked. The middle-aged man in front of him was clearly at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. However, the strength he displayed was actually able to resist the combined forces of Qing Yi and Su Lingtian. He didn't know why, but when Qing Yan looked at the middle-aged man holding the spear, his mind would always think of the tall and straight figure of a young man. That person had given him extremely painful nightmares, and he also used a spear. This person is middle-aged. How could he be Zhuowen? I'm thinking too much. Qing Yan shook his head and muttered to himself. Slowly getting up, Zhuowen stood in the deep hole and coldly stared at Qing Yi and Su Lingtian. Kill! With a loud roar, Zhuowen suddenly collapsed the ground. The ground within 1,000 miles shook as if there was a violent earthquake. Then, Zhuowen was like a nimble monkey as he rushed towards Qing Yi and Su Lingtian. Stop him! Qing Yi shouted angrily. Green light covered his body as he fearlessly rushed towards Zhuowen. Su Lingtian's eyes flashed as he deliberately fell behind and followed behind Qing Yi. His right hand formed a claw. Green light flashed as it turned into a huge dragon claw. Qing Yi suddenly swung it at Zhuowen with a cold and sinister expression. Zhuowen's aura was like a rainbow. Under the endless sea of blood, he swung the blood spear. The tip of the spear fiercely pressed against Qing Yi's dragon claw. Then, the two figures seemed to freeze in the air. "Break for me." With a twist of his right hand, the blood spear fiercely rotated. The dragon claw formed by Qing Yi's right hand was directly shattered. Then, the blood spear pierced through Qing Yi's right palm and came out of his shoulder blade. Ah! Qing Yi let out a shrill cry. His empty left hand grabbed onto the blood spear fearlessly and refused to let go. He shouted, "Qing Wu, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill this person." Just as Qing Yi spoke, Su Lingtian had already turned into a blur and quickly arrived behind Zhuowen. His single arm, that didn't seem like a human hand, was extremely sharp, and it was aimed at Zhuowen's back. He was actually planning to do the same thing he did to Zhuowen last time and dig out his heart. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth was filled with a cold smile as he bellowed, "Come out, divine sun furnace." Chapter 836. The Death of Qing Yending. Su Lingtian's right hand suddenly struck the divine sun cauldron. A crisp and pleasant sound rang out, causing Su Lingtian to be stunned. He did not expect the man in front of him to have such a terrifying cauldron. "Burn!" Zhuowen shouted softly. Immediately, the sun runes on the surface of the divine sun cauldron became dazzling. Then, endless sun fire enveloped Su Lingtian like a sea of fire that filled the sky. "Chi chi chi." Su Lingtian's expression changed slightly. He clasped his hands together and terrifying origin energy poured out, forming a layer of origin energy shield on the surface of his body. He wanted to block the terrifying sun fire. Unfortunately, the temperature of the fire of sun was too high. Moreover, it was endless and unending. That kind of terrifying flame of extreme yang was actually about to completely melt his origin power shield. "Damn it! Block it for me." Su Lingtian roared. The yuan energy in his body poured out in a frenzy, trying to completely block the fire of the sun around him. Unfortunately, the yuan energy shield around Su Lingtian was like a cup of water in the face of the endless fire of the sun whoosh. Zhuowen suddenly pulled out the blood spear, and a stream of blood spurted out. Qing Yi's right arm was directly torn off by the blood spear. Then, Zhuowen did not even look at Qing Yi. Instead, he changed the direction of his spear and rushed towards Su Lingtian, who was inside the sunfire. Back then, Su Lingtian had taken advantage of Zhuowen's weakened state to launch a sneak attack. Su Lingtian had dug out Zhuowen's heart, causing Zhuowen to be on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the heart of the underworld in his body, Zhuowen would have perished. Therefore, Zhuowen's killing intent towards Su Lingtian was extremely strong. Su Lingtian had to die. Within the flames of the sun, Su Lingtian, who was bitterly holding on, naturally saw Zhuowen, who was rushing over. His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. The surrounding sunfire had already exhausted him. If Zhuowen joined in, he might really die here. Therefore, the moment Zhuowen rushed over, Su Lingtian hurriedly shouted, "Brother, I have no intention of being your enemy. Can you let me go? Moreover, I was once a member of Muqing County, the founder of Marquis by Chuan's estate, Su Lingtian. We are from the same county, so on account of our relationship, please let me go. I promise I won't go against you again." Zhuowen's gaze was cold and emotionless. This Su Lingtian really had the face to say such words. Back then, he was despicable and shameless enough to sneak attack him. Today, he wanted to do the same thing as last time, sneak attacking him from behind. How could he, Zhuowen, let go of such a despicable person? "You won't go against me, but I'll go against you. So, it's better for you to die." With that, Zhuowen instantly passed by Su Ling Tian, who was within the flames of the sun. The blood spear turned into a sharp blood-red light and pierced through Su Ling Tian's neck, bringing with it a stream of blood. When you first ambushed me, you were already a dead man in my heart. Today, you want to use the same move again. You think you'll succeed? The moment they passed by each other, Zhuowen's voice entered Su Ling Tian's ears like a thin thread, causing the latter's pupils to constrict. He wanted to open his mouth, but he discovered that Zhuowen had already cut his Adam's apple, making it impossible for him to make a sound. You are Zhuowen? You actually didn't die. Su Ling Tian screamed crazily in his heart, but he couldn't make a sound. He stared fixedly at Zhuowen. He couldn't imagine how Zhuowen, whose heart had been dug out by him, could still be alive. Zhuowen did not give Su Ling Tian any chance to live. He fiercely swung the blood spear, and immediately a large head soared into the sky, bringing with it a pillar of blood, and drifted away. At this point, Su Ling Tian had completely fallen. At this moment, Qin Yi's left hand was tightly clutching his empty right arm as he retreated to Qin Yan's side. He stared at Zhuowen, who was stepping on the sea of blood with the divine sun furnace floating behind him, with extreme fear in his eyes. The middle-aged man in front of him was so strong that even when he and Su Ling Tian joined forces, they were still no match for him. Moreover, the number of trump cards the former had far exceeded Qin Yi and Qin Yan's expectations. First, he released 81 strands of dragon's might, and even Grand Hao Hai was trapped inside, unable to come out. Now, he even used the furnace with the sun runes, and the sun fire release from it was extremely terrifying. That furnace is a royal spirit treasure. Who is this person? How can he have such powerful strength and a spirit treasure? Qin Yan's pupils constricted, but a trace of fear had already risen in his heart. Lord Qin Yan, this person is too strong. We are no match for him. Why don't we run? Qin Yi's gaze focused on Qin Yan, his face pale. Zhuowen's terror had already made him afraid. He really didn't have the courage to face that sallow-faced, middle-aged man again. Escape? You think you can escape? As soon as Qin Yi spoke, a cold voice came. Zhuowen stepped on the sea of blood and arrived above the two of them. His cold eyes quietly looked down at Qin Yan and Qin Yi. We are from the Blue Dragon Hall. If you dare to kill us, the Blue Dragon Hall won't let you go. Moreover, we have no grievances, so there is no need to kill each other because of this. It's not worth it at all. Qin Yan pretended to be calm and shouted at Zhuowen, who was above him, with a cowardly expression. We have no grievances. I don't think so. I think it's better for you to die here. Zhuowen sneered. With a stomp of his foot, the sea of blood around him tumbled and swept toward Qin Yan and Qin Yi below. Form the 9 dragons formation. Qin Yan's eyes were gloomy as he shouted at the 50 martial artists of the Blue Dragon Hall not far away. Immediately, the 50 martial artists flew above Qin Yan without hesitation and stepped on the mysterious steps of the formation. Waves of terrifying and powerful origin force gushed out. Roar! A monstrous dragon roar resounded through the sky. The 50 martial artists of the Blue Dragon Hall stepped on the mysterious steps and formed many seals with their hands. Surging origin force poured out. Suddenly, the terrifying origin force poured out and turned into 9 dragon shadows that were close to 10,000 feet long. The 9 dragon shadows twisted their huge dragon bodies in the sky like swimming snakes. The dragon roars were endless. Boom! The sea of blood suddenly hit the 9 dragons formation and immediately caused the 9 dragon shadows to counterattack crazily. For a moment, there was a stalemate. Fortunately, we were cautious this time and brought out 50 Blue Dragon Hall experts. It's just enough to form the 9 Dragons formation. With the 9 Dragons formation, it will be difficult for this person to break it. Looking at the 9 Dragons formation blocking the Sea of Blood, Qin Yan and Qing Yi both sighed lightly. Among them, Qin Yan's eyes revealed a trace of complacency. When they went to Muqing County, he was the one who suggested to bring out the 50 Blue Dragon Hall experts. Although there were no experts in Muqing County, the 3 big families of Grand and Vast and Sea could have a share of the profits. Originally, the 9 Dragons formation was to prevent the 3 big families of Grand, Feng, and Chao from joining forces. Now, the sudden appearance of this powerful middle-aged man came in handy. Standing outside the 9 Dragons formation, the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes became more intense. With a loud roar, a golden light flashed and evolved into 4 heads and 8 arms, holding 8 spears. 8 Azura blood spear aura break. With a cold roar, an even more terrifying sea of blood swept out from the void. At this moment, a terrifying wave of blood gushed out from the sky, and the power of the sea of blood increased by more than 8 times. Kacha, the 9 Dragons formation, simply couldn't hold on for long. It was directly submerged by the boundless sea of blood, and the 50 Azure Dragon Hall experts within the 9 Dragons formation all exploded into clouds of blood mist within the raging sea of blood. Ah, ah. The blood-curdling screams were like the mournful cries of ghosts, resounding through the entire sky. It sounded extremely terrifying. The smile at the corner of Qin Yan's mouth froze, looking at the 9 Dragons formation that collapsed in an instant, and Zhuowen, who had evolved into 4 heads and 8 arms, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The 9 Dragons formation was broken? This person can evolve into 4 heads and 8 arms. Why is it the same secret skill as Zhuowen? Qin Yan was stunned and muttered to himself, "Master Qin Yan, danger, retreat." Seeing Qin Yan standing there in a daze, Qing Yi yelled and pulled Qin Yan back. Then he quickly retreated. Boom! Just as the 2 of them retreated, the blood shadow suddenly fell to the ground where they were standing, creating a huge crater. Dust filled the air, and an Azura-like blood shadow slowly walked out, staring at Qin Yan and Qing Yi with its blood-red eyes. "You are Zhuowen?" Qin Yan stared at the middle-aged man in front of him and suddenly asked, "Whoosh." Zhuowen didn't answer. He stomped his foot and instantly rushed toward Qin Yan. The blood spear in his hand was like a rainbow erupting with extremely bright blood light. "Azure Sky Transforming Dragon." Qing Yi shouted angrily and used Azure Sky Transforming Dragon again. A huge azure dragon phantom appeared, wanting to block Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had only used a single spear strike, and the enormous azure dragon phantom was instantly broken. Then, with the second spear strike, Qing Yi didn't even make a sound before his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. A figure came out of the blood mist and came in front of Qin Yan. Qin Yan wanted to resist, but unfortunately, the difference in strength between the 2 was too great. In an instant, he was lifted by Zhuowen like a chicken in his hand. Qin Yan stared at Zhuowen and said in a deep voice, "Are you Zhuowen? I can't think of anyone else who can use this secret skill other than Zhuowen. Anyway, you are about to die, so I don't need to hide anything from you. Yes, I am Zhuowen, so you should die in peace." Zhuowen said softly. His right hand suddenly exerted force, and Qin Yan's neck was strangely bent. His whole body went limp in Zhuowen's hand. He couldn't be more dead. Even though he was dead, Qin Yan still stared at Zhuowen. His eyes contained too many emotions. There was shock, regret, and disbelief. Perhaps even until his death, he could not imagine how Zhuowen had managed to survive. After all, he saw with his own eyes that Zhuowen's heart was dug out by Su Lingtian. Zhuowen and Qin Yan's conversation wasn't loud, so the others didn't know the specific content of their conversation. Chapter 837, revealing his true appearance. The gazes of many people below constricted when they saw the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall being completely annihilated, and they revealed a wisp of shock. There were numerous experts in the Blue Dragon Hall, especially Qin Yi and Su Lingtian, who were experts amongst the four exalted level experts, yet they were still annihilated by this middle-aged man that appeared abruptly. This middle-aged man that appeared abruptly before them was actually so terrifying that all the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall were actually annihilated by him. In the sky 50 kilometers away, Feng Tian and Chao Ji stared with wide eyes as they saw the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall being completely annihilated. The forces dispatched by the Blue Dragon Hall this time were much stronger than their two clans. But such a formidable force was actually uprooted by the middle-aged man before them just like that. Moreover, even Grand Haohai was trapped by this person's dragon pressure. For a time, the two of them became slightly lacking in confidence, and they were even slightly afraid. Your Excellency, the two of us are the patriarchs of the Feng clan and Chao clan of the 5 great clans of the imperial capital. The two of us don't want to be enemies with you, so we'll take our leave now. Chao Ji and Feng Tian cupped their hands towards Zhuowen in a rather courteous manner, and they intended to leave with the cultivators they brought along. Did I allow the two of you to leave? Zhuowen's gaze turned slightly, and his ghastly gaze stared straight at Chao Ji and Feng Tian. His cold and indifferent words caused Chao Ji and Feng Tian's bodies to stiffen slightly, and then they turned around and stared at Zhuowen as they said, "Then what do you mean?" "I asked the two of you to stay," Zhuowen continued, and his voice became extremely icy cold. Chao Ji and Feng Tian's expressions became extremely gloomy when they heard this, and they said to Zhuowen, "Your Excellency, even though your strength is extremely strong, it isn't so easy to make us stay. I advise you not to make more enemies for no reason. Looks like the two of you are very confident. As far as I'm concerned, the two of you aren't enemies, but dead people." As he spoke, Zhuowen didn't waste his breath any longer. He stomped his foot and transformed into a blood-red shadow that flashed swiftly towards Chao Ji and Feng Tian. Bitao's Fury Slap, Sword of Flame Devour. Feng Tian and Chao Ji both roared furiously. Soon after, they used their best moves. Immediately, monstrous waves surged over and surged towards Zhuowen. Behind the terrifying wave, a huge flaming sword that was hundreds of feet long soared into the sky. Following closely behind the huge wave, its aura completely locked onto Zhuowen. Zhuowen's face was expressionless. He waved his 8 arms, and an endless sea of blood swept out. The monstrous waves and the huge flaming sword were instantly shattered by the sea of blood. Die! With a flash of blood, Zhuowen arrived before Chao Ji and Feng Tian. In the end, he heavily smashed down. A terrifying power erupted, and the surrounding space completely shattered like glass. Chao Ji and Feng Tian were as insignificant as ants under this terrifying power. They were unable to resist at all, and were directly smashed into powder by the terrifying power. After killing Chao Ji and Feng Tian, Zhuowen didn't let go of the experts brought by the two families. He was like an Azura moving in and out of the warriors of the two families, creating a monstrous massacre. Pitter-patter-patter. Corpses fell from the sky above the county capital like withered leaves, bringing with them a rain of blood. The warriors in the county capital below were all stunned. The 3 major forces, Blue Dragon Hall, Feng family, and Chao family, who had been insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, were slaughtered like dogs by the sickly middle-aged man in front of them. It should be known that the 3 major forces of the prefecture, Xian Yuanli, Jade Lady Star Court's master of the meteorite and Marquis Yongsheng Qinye were as insignificant as ants in front of these forces. But now these extraordinary experts were being slaughtered by this middle-aged man in such an unscrupulous manner. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The impact of such a scene was extremely great. LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian were also stunned. This middle-aged man was too terrifying. The experts of the most powerful forces of the imperial capital were killed just like that. They were afraid that it would cause a great uproar in the imperial capital. The warriors brought by the Feng and Chao families were quickly slaughtered by Zhuowen. Then, his gaze quickly landed on the Glan family's team that was hiding far away. At this moment, the team was led by Glan Lily. At this moment, the Glan family's team was as silent as cicadas in winter. They didn't dare to approach Zhuowen at all. Among them, Glan Lily's pretty face was pale, and her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. The three major forces of the Blue Dragon Hall, the Feng family, and the Chao family had all been destroyed. Qing Yi, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji were all experts in the initial stage of the Golden Venerate stage. However, in front of this middle-aged man, they were as weak as paper. There was only one thought in Glan Lily's mind, and that was to run far away from this place. However, Glan Haohai was still trapped in the dragon's power. Glan Lily couldn't bear to abandon her father, so she stood in the distance and hesitated. Whoosh! A bloody shadow flashed past, and Zhuowen quietly appeared in the sky above the Glan family's team. He looked down at the terrified Glan family members. Glan Lily gritted her teeth and stood up. She said to Zhuowen, "Senior, we're not here to be your enemy. If we knew that you were from the prefecture, we wouldn't have come to harass you. I hope that you can be magnanimous and spare the Glan family this time. Glan Lily sincerely begs you." Looking at Glan Lily, who had put down her pride and begged him for mercy, Zhuowen suddenly felt strange. Back then, Glan Lily was arrogant and conceited. She didn't even put Zhuowen in her eyes. She didn't even put Zhuowen in her eyes at all. However, the arrogant Glan Lily was now in front of him, respectfully and fearfully begging for mercy. It seemed that the principle of the impermanence of the world was quite applicable. "You're not my enemy?" Zhuowen muttered. He stomped his foot and turned into a shadow. He passed by Glan Lily and pounced on the Glan family's ancient martial art practitioners behind Glan Lily. Ah, ah, ah! Screams filled the sky. Within 10 breaths, the Glan family's ancient martial art practitioners were basically all killed by Zhuowen. The only one left was Glan Lily, who stood in a daze. Slowly turning around, Glan Lily stared blankly at the Glan family's ancient martial art practitioners who had turned into corpses behind her. Her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but kneel down. Her beautiful eyes were filled with grief and indignation. These ancient martial art practitioners were the elites of the Glan family. They were the mainstay of the Glan family and the main force of the Glan family's prosperity. However, they were all slaughtered in an instant. Her Glan family's loss was unimaginable. "Why? Our Glan family's people didn't provoke you. Why did you kill them?" Glan Lily was trembling with anger as she stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, on the other hand, smiled. His face slowly changed from that of a sallow middle-aged man to that of a delicate and handsome young man. He had recovered his original appearance. "Now you know why," Zhuowen said as he looked down at Glan Lily indifferently. She raised her head slightly and stared at the young man in front of her. Suddenly, she was stunned. The grief and indignation in her beautiful eyes suddenly turned into shock and disbelief. Not only Glan Lily, even Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and LV Yitao below were stunned. The Zhuo family's members, who were trapped in the Yuan Li prison, were also stunned. Zhuowen? It's actually Zhuowen. LV Yitao, Qing Lian, and the Zhuo family's members cried out in unison. Their voices were filled with surprise. Originally, Zhuowen didn't die. He had actually turned into an unfamiliar middle-aged man and came to the prefecture capital to help them. No one was more shocked than Glan Lily. She had seen with her own eyes when Zhuowen was taken away by Emperor Qing, and his heart had been dug out by Su Lingtian. It was a fatal injury, but Zhuowen was now alive and well. It was unbelievable. Although she was extremely shocked, Glan Lily also knew that Zhuowen was standing in front of her alive. Not only was he not dead, but his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Xuanzun realm. Furthermore, the combat strength that Zhuo Wen had displayed was simply too terrifying. Even the golden exalts, Qing Yi, Feng Tian, and Chao Shi had been slain by him. As for his father, Grand Haohai, he had been trapped within the dragon aura and was unable to escape. Unknowingly, the young man in front of her had grown from an inconspicuous warrior to the point where he could easily kill golden venerables. Compared to Zhuowen in front of her, Glan Lily suddenly realized that Huangfu Wudao, whom she had admired in the past, had paled in comparison and was mediocre. The two of them probably couldn't be compared at all. With a stretch of his right hand, a blood-colored energy turned into a rope and trapped Glan Lily. Then Zhuowen came in front of the dragon power below. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and summoned the supreme dragon cauldron. The 81 rays of dragon power were completely absorbed into the jade cauldron. Immediately after, an extremely miserable figure staggered out of the dragon power. His aura had become much weaker. This person was Glan Haohai, who had been trapped by the dragon power. At this moment, Glan Haohai's hair was messy and his aura was weak. The black and white eyes in the void behind him were dim and lifeless. It seemed that Glan Haohai wasn't having a good time in the dragon power. As soon as he was released, Glan Haohai retreated cautiously and looked at the two figures in front of him. He quickly noticed Glan Lily, who was bound by the red rope, and his eyes were filled with anger. However, when his gaze converged on the young man beside Glan Lily, he was stunned. The young man's appearance was too familiar to him. He wasn't anyone else but Zhuowen, whom he had tried every possible means to kill. "You're Zhuowen? You're actually not dead." Glan Haohai's eyes widened as he spoke in disbelief. Zhuowen glanced at Glan Haohai indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, he lifted the Yuan force prison that had trapped the Zhuo family members to his side. Then, he struck the surface of the Yuan force prison with his right hand, causing the Yuan force prison to shatter immediately. The members of the Zhuo family, who were trapped in the Yuan force prison, also came out and gathered around Zhuowen. At this moment, the members of the Zhuo family were looking at Zhuowen with admiration and reverence. The older generation was still all right, especially the younger generation of the Zhuo family members. They were all staring at Zhuowen's back with blazing gazes. When they were in the Zhuo family, the younger generation of the Zhuo family had grown up listening to Zhuowen's deeds. Many of the younger generation even regarded Zhuowen as their goal and idol. Now that they saw Zhuowen appear, how could these younger generation, who worshipped him, not be excited? Chapter 838, Capture Alive. "Grandpa, first uncle, second uncle, are you all right?" Zhuowen looked around at the Zhuo family members behind him. His expression softened slightly as he asked, "Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuo Dingtian, and Zhuo Baitian." Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuo Dingtian, and Zhuo Baitian looked at Zhuowen with gratification. They had witnessed how Zhuowen had killed the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall, the Feng family, and the Chao family. Apart from being shocked by Zhuowen's strength, they also felt gratified. Zhuowen was from the Zhuo family. The stronger Zhuowen was, the prouder they would be as members of the Zhuo family. This was especially true for Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Mei, and Zhuo Xiang, who were of the same generation as Zhuowen. At this moment, they were all staring at Zhuowen with blazing eyes. It wasn't just the younger generation. Even those of the same generation were in awe and admiration of Zhuowen. This was because Zhuowen's talent was too terrifying, and his strength was too strong. Therefore, there was no jealousy in their hearts, only awe and admiration. It was like standing at the foot of a mountain and looking up at a towering mountain. You would feel the majesty of the mountain, and your heart would only be filled with awe. The gap between Zhuowen and them was too big. To the younger generation of the Zhuo family, Zhuowen was like an unreachable mountain that they could only look up to. We're fine. That green, I must be planning to capture our Blue Dragon Hall alive, and then hand us the Ryuka descendants over to the Blue Dragon Hall headquarters to get credit for it. Zhuo Xiangding shook his head, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Zhuowen nodded. He had already scanned the Zhuo family members with his mind, and found that they were not injured at all. Therefore, the worry in his heart faded a lot. Zhuowen, you can't let Grant Haohai off. It's impossible for your Ryuka bloodline to be known by the Blue Dragon Hall for no reason. It's very likely that Grant Haohai leaked the secret. Zhuo Xiangding suddenly whispered to Zhuowen. Zhuo Xiangding's words did not surprise Zhuowen. He had already suspected that the informant was Grant Haohai. However, Zhuo Xiangding's next words made Zhuowen's pupils shrink. Furthermore, I suspect that your father's disappearance 20 years ago is very likely related to Grant Haohai. Because your father treated Grant Haohai as a good brother, he didn't hide his dragon soul from Grant Haohai. Zhuo Xiangding did not speak. Instead, he stared hatefully at Grant Haohai in front of him. Although Zhuo Xiangding did not finish his words, anyone could guess that Grant Haohai was the one who leaked the secret of his father's disappearance back then. Zhuowen's expression changed. He finally understood why Grant Haohai had immediately searched his sea of consciousness when he first came to the Zhuo family. Grant Haohai probably wanted to check if there was a dragon soul in his sea of consciousness like his father. Fortunately, Xiao He was in a deep sleep at that time and was not discovered by Grant Haohai. However, Su Lingtian's existence eventually revealed the fact that he had a dragon soul in his body. After all, back in the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, Xiao He had materialized his armor soul in advance, allowing Su Lingtian to see that Zhuowen had a dragon soul. Therefore, there was a series of incidents where the Blue Dragon Hall came to capture Zhuowen. Furthermore, Emperor Qing's sudden arrival was probably related to Grant Haohai. Zhuowen, aren't you going to release Lily? Grant Haohai stared at Zhuowen with an ugly expression from more than 10 meters away. He had been trapped in the dragon's aura and did not know what had happened outside. When the dragon's aura suddenly disappeared, he saw that Grant Lily was imprisoned by Zhuowen. Naturally, he was shocked and angry. However, after calming down, Grant Haohai also noticed that the leaders and warriors of the Blue Dragon Hall, Feng family, and Chao family had all been annihilated. Even Grant Haohai could not help but be shocked. In addition, the 81 dragons' aura had been subdued by Zhuowen. He knew that the terrifying middle-aged man was probably Zhuowen in disguise. The person who had annihilated the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall, Feng family, and Chao family was Zhuowen. When did Zhuowen become so terrifying? Also, isn't he dead? Grant Haohai was a little flustered. No matter if it was Zhuowen who had suddenly appeared in front of him, or the experts from the Azure Dragon Hall, the Feng family, and the Chow family who had been destroyed, or his daughter, Grand Lily, who had been imprisoned by Zhuowen, all of them caused him to feel extremely vexed. You want me to release Grant Lily? Do you think you have the right to do so? Zhuowen suddenly sneered. Grant Haohai's gaze was gloomy as he said, If you don't release her, aren't you courting death? The sneer on Zhuowen's face deepened. Did Grand Haohai still think that he was the same powerless junior as before, that he would allow him to slander and suppress him? It's not up to you whether I'm courting death or not. After saying that, Zhuowen stomped his foot and stopped talking nonsense. He knew that the only way to make Grant Haohai behave was to suppress him with force. Little bastard, how dare you attack me? You're courting death. Grant Haohai shouted angrily. Although he guessed that the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall were killed by Zhuowen, he still didn't believe it was true. He stubbornly believed that it was possible that some senior had helped Zhuowen. Tai Chi 8 trigrams, 6 directions, and 8 desolations. Gu Haohai roared furiously. The black and white eyes in the void behind him rotated at high speed once again. Waves of terrifying power poured out in torrents, intending to crush Zhuowen to death. Break for me. The 8 spears in Zhuowen's hands blasted out together, displaying the Azura blood spear aura at the same time. A terrifying sea of blood cut through the void, forming a terrifying blood-red vortex, and directly bombarded the Tai Chi 8 trigram's eye. Kacha! Unsurprisingly, the Tai Chi 8 trigram's eye collapsed like a piece of paper. Grant Haohai retreated continuously, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with horror. Zhuowen wasn't surprised at all. Grant Haohai was also an initial golden venerate. If he could kill Qing Yi, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji, Grant Haohai naturally wouldn't be his match. At the instant Grant Haohai retreated, Zhuowen made a move as well. He instantly arrived before Grant Haohai and pressed his right palm against Grant Haohai's chest, sealing all the acupoints on Grant Haohai's body with origin energy, causing Grant Haohai to be utterly unable to utilize origin energy in the slightest. You dare to seal my cultivation? With his cultivation sealed, Grant Haohai felt powerless and couldn't help but shout. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered with him. He kicked Grant Haohai's chest and lifted him in front of Zhuo Xiangding and the others. He then lifted his foot and stepped on Grant Haohai. He asked indifferently, Is the disappearance of my father related to you? Grant Haohai's face turned red. He was the dignified patriarch of the Grant family. Being stepped on by Zhuowen, he felt humiliated. He snorted coldly and said, It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you. Zhuowen laughed. With a flick of the blood-red spear in his hand, Grant Haohai's right arm was cut off. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Grant Haohai groaned in pain, but didn't scream. Instead, he endured the pain and stared coldly at Zhuowen. I'll ask you one more time. Is the disappearance of my father related to you? Zhuowen continued to ask. Grant Haohai kept his mouth shut and didn't intend to speak. Zhuowen's eyes became extremely gloomy. He waved the blood-red spear and pointed the sharp tip at Grant Haohai's snow-white jade neck. He said indifferently, If you don't want Grant Haohai to die, answer me honestly. Sure enough, Grant Haohai's eyes turned red. He said in a deep voice, This has nothing to do with Lily. You're not allowed to touch her. Although it has nothing to do with her, it's a pity that she's your daughter and has tried to kill me time and time again. I won't be lenient. Zhuowen tightened his grip on the blood-red spear, and a trace of blood appeared on Grant Haohai's neck. Grant Haohai's delicate body trembled. She knew very well that Zhuowen was a man of his words. If Grant Haohai really didn't answer, then she might be mercilessly obliterated by Zhuowen. Grant Haohai's eyes flickered, but he sighed. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He said indifferently, I can tell you what happened back then, but you have to promise me that you must let me and Lily go. Old fox, do you think it's possible for me to let you go? Tell me what happened back then, and I can promise to let Grant Howhai go. As for you, forget it. The corners of Joie Wen's mouth were filled with a cold smile. At that time, Grant Howhai was disrespectful and made things difficult for him on many occasions. Moreover, Grant Howhai had even thought of ways to kill Joie Wen. So, how could he let Grant Howhai off? Grant Howhai's eyes flickered. He knew that it would be difficult for Joie Wen to let him go. He sighed and said, Okay, if you can let Lily go, then I'll tell you what happened back then. However, you have to let Lily leave the prefecture first. I'll tell you. After pondering for a moment, Joie Wen said, Okay. As he spoke, Joie Wen released the shackles on Grant Howhai. As soon as the latter broke free, she immediately went to Grant Howhai's side. The corners of her eyes were filled with tears, and her gaze was filled with reluctance. Lily, leave the prefecture and return to the Grant family. Your talent is much greater than mine. I believe that you'll be able to bring glory to the Grant family. At this point, Grant Howhai suddenly stared at Joie Wen and continued, Apart from this, you can't do anything to the Grant family. If you don't agree, I'd rather die than tell you the truth about what happened back then. Joie Wen frowned. He thought about it for a while before nodding. Okay, if you can tell me what happened back then and where my father is, I won't do anything to the Grant family. Grant Howhai no longer looked at Joie Wen. Instead, he whispered into Grant Howhai's ear for a while. Soon after, Grant Howhai left the prefecture with a sorrowful look on his face. After all, there was still the Grant family in the imperial city that she needed to return to take charge of. With Joie Wen's hatred towards Grant Howhai, it would be very difficult for him to return alive. Grant Howhai only returned to his senses after Grant Howhai had finally disappeared from his sight. He stared indifferently at Joie Wen and asked, What do you want to know about that year? Speak. Did you add fuel to the fire in my father's disappearance? Joie Wen asked indifferently. Chapter 839. The truth of the past, Joie Wen and the other members of the Joie family narrowed their eyes when they heard Grant Howhai's words. Their eyes were filled with anger. Joie family was extremely famous in the Joie family. He could be considered a monstrous genius revered by many members of the Joie family. However, Joie Xiaotian's disappearance in the royal capital 20 years ago had dealt a heavy blow to the Joie family. Joie Xiaotian had once treated Grant Howhai as his brother, but Grant Howhai had betrayed Joie Xiaotian. How could the Joie family not be furious? After all, Joie Xiaotian was a once-in-a-century peerless genius. His disappearance was a heavy loss to the Joie family. It really is you, Grant Howhai. Joie Xiaotian treated you well back then. Why did you do this? Joie Xiangding trembled with anger. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Grant Howhai. Joie Wen also stared coldly at Grant Howhai. This Grant Howhai was truly despicable. Not only had he framed his father, Joie Wen, but he had also harmed his son. Grant Howhai's eyes were blurred as if he was recalling something. He murmured, Back then, Joie Xiaotian and I went to the royal capital together. We wanted to carve out a place for ourselves there. Joie Xiaotian's talent was higher than mine. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He grew stronger and stronger, while I was left further and further behind. However, Joie Xiaotian was truly loyal and always took care of me. Although my talent wasn't as great as Xiaotian's, at least I wasn't left too far behind. Although I cultivated diligently, the gap between Xiaotian's and my cultivation grew larger and larger. Gradually, I couldn't keep up with Xiaotian's pace. Moreover, Xiaotian was favored by the Azure Emperor and was given the title of Heavenly Dragon Marquis. With the resources of the royal family, he quickly broke through to the fourth sovereign stage and awakened the dragon soul. Of course, the dragon soul was Xiaotian's secret, so he didn't tell anyone after awakening it. Even I didn't know. At that time, I was only at the ultimate emperor stage. Although my relationship with Xiaotian was good, there was still a gap between us due to the huge gap. From then on, I began to feel jealous of Xiaotian, and the jealousy in my heart grew stronger and stronger. As you know, I later became the Grant family's patriarch. In order for the family to grow stronger, I moved the family to the imperial capital province. Although there is a gap between Xiaotian and me due to the difference in our cultivation, he still helped us, the Grant family, to move to the imperial capital county. After our Glan family made the arrangements, I asked Xiaotian if he wanted to move his Zhuo family over. After all, Xiaotian's status and strength were very high. However, he wasn't too enthusiastic about the migration of his family. Instead, he was rather secretive about it. Moreover, when he first entered the imperial capital with me, he didn't use the surname Zhuo. Instead, he changed it to Long Xiaotian. Since then, Xiaotian's family's is. Family's Zhuo. Xiaotian's family's is his family's name. That. Later on, I went to Xiaotian's residence as a guest. Unintentionally, I saw Xiaotian's dragon soul in his practice room. That's when my doubts were solved. No wonder Xiaotian was so secretive about the Zhuo family. He and the Zhuo family are Ryuka descendants. That's why he didn't want to move the family. After all, the Zhuo Ryuka's family's status isn't good in the eastern lands. If Blue Dragon Hall finds out, they'll definitely put you on the wanted list. At that time, Xiaotian, who was in the training room, also discovered me. Although his expression was not very good, he was not too worried when he saw that it was me. After briefly explaining the matter of him possessing a dragon soul, he instructed me not to speak of this matter. Zhuo Xiangding replied coldly, "So, because of your jealousy, you told Blue Dragon Hall about this?" Grand Haohai nodded and didn't deny it. "Yes, I did tell Blue Dragon Hall about this. At that time, the Blue Dragon Hall master was the current Aoki. Back then, Blue Dragon Hall also mobilized a lot of people and brought many experts to capture Xiaotian. That battle was very tragic. Xiaotian's cultivation was already at the early stage of the Golden Venerable Realm at that time, and the dragon soul in his body was at the 7th grade. It's considered an extremely high-level dragon soul in Azure Dragon Hall. Xiaotian's dragon soul manifestation was no weaker than Aoki. At that time, Blue Dragon Hall suffered heavy casualties. Even Aoki couldn't do anything to Xiaotian. It was that day that Xiaotian's name shook the entire imperial capital. Later, Emperor Qing suddenly attacked and suppressed Xiaotian. Although Zhuo Xiaotian was very strong, he was still not a match for Emperor Qing, who was in the Emperor realm. After struggling for a while, Emperor Qing finally captured him. At this point, Grand Haohai suddenly laughed and said, "Maybe you guys don't know yet that Emperor Qing's true identity is an outer court elder of the Azure Dragon Hall's main hall. Normally, even Qing Mu is courteous to him. There aren't many people in the Azure Mystic Empire who know this secret." Zhuo Wen and the others were moved when they heard this. They never expected that the ruler of the Azure Mystic Empire, the Azure Emperor, was actually an outer court elder of the Azure Dragon main hall. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. In fact, when Emperor Qing wanted to strip him of his dragon soul, he suspected that Emperor Qing might have something to do with Zhuo Xiaotian's disappearance. Now, it seemed that it was true. "Is my father alive or dead now?" Zhuo Wen asked again, looking slightly nervous. The members of Zhuo family also stared at Grand Hao Hai. They also wanted to know Zhuo Xiaotian's whereabouts. Grand Hao Hai's eyes flickered, and he said indifferently, "Where is Zhuo Xiaotian? Actually, I don't know either." After Emperor Qing captured Zhuo Xiaotian, he didn't say much and just disappeared from the royal capital. As for where he went, I don't know either. Hearing that, the members of the Zhuo family were disappointed. Zhuowen frowned and continued to ask, "Back then, my grandfather said that before my father went missing, he brought me back to the family. Do you know who my mother is?" Zhuowen stared at Grand Hao Hai closely. His subconscious was turbulent. Although the one who occupied this body was no longer the Zhuowen of the past, the subconscious of this body still had an extremely strong desire for his father and mother. This strong emotion had always affected Zhuowen. It made Zhuowen very anxious to know the truth about his parents. After all, the bloodline that flowed through his body came from the parents of this body. The emotion of the bloodline was extremely stimulating to his soul. Zhuo Xiangding and the others also focused their gazes on Grand Hao Hai. They also didn't know the whereabouts and identity of Zhuowen's mother. At this moment, they were also extremely curious. However, Grand Hao Hai's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "Your mother's identity is very mysterious. I also don't know her origin. If you want to know, you can only ask Zhuo Xiaotian." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with disappointment. Soon after, he recovered his calmness. With a wave of his right hand, he immediately released the shackles on Grand Hao Hai and said indifferently, "You're the head of the Grand family. I'll give you a glorious death. Kill yourself." Grand Hao Hai's pupils shrank. Zhuowen actually wanted him to kill himself. However, when he thought of Zhuowen's strength, he revealed a bitter smile. "Ha! Perhaps this is retribution. 20 years ago, I murdered my best brother Zhuo Xiaotian because of jealousy. 20 years later, I murdered Zhuo Xiaotian's son because of a marriage contract. I reaped what I sowed. Zhuowen, I hope you can remember your promise." Glancing deeply at Zhuo, one last time, Grand Hao Hai raised both his hands and slammed them onto his forehead. His body suddenly stiffened, and soon after, he softly fell to the ground without making a sound. Zhuowen was expressionless as he looked at Grand Hao Hai, who had committed suicide. Back then, when Grand Hao Hai had tried every possible means to kill Zhuowen, he should have known that this day would come. Zhuo Xiangding and the others also looked at the dead Grand Hao Hai with sighs. "Zhuowen, it's really you. I didn't expect you to still be alive." LV Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian also came from nearby. When the three of them saw Zhuowen in front of the Zhuo family, their faces were filled with joy. Zhuowen nodded and revealed a smile. LV Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian really treated Zhuowen with sincerity. Zhuowen had seen their actions at that time. "Now, what will you and the Zhuo family do? The Blue Dragon Hall already knows about your Ryuka bloodline identity. In addition, you killed Qin Yan and the others today. I'm afraid that Aoki will be furious. He will probably inform the Blue Dragon Hall." LV Itao suddenly said worriedly. Zhuowen nodded. LV Itao was right. When the news here spread to the provincial capital, Emperor Qing, Aoki, and the other higher-ups would probably cause a commotion. Zhuowen cultivated the 100 transformation technique, so he was not afraid of being wanted by the Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing. He was mainly worried about the Zhuo family, LV Tao, and the others. When the time came, it would be difficult for them to escape from the Blue Dragon Hall. "I have a place that I can guarantee is extremely secretive. However, once you enter, I'm afraid that you won't be able to come out alive. So, are you willing to follow me into that place?" After hesitating for a moment, Zhuowen looked around at LV Tao and the Zhou family and asked cautiously, "Zhuowen, our Zhou family will listen to you," Zhuo Xiangding said with a smile. The people behind him naturally did not have any objections. LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian looked at each other and nodded. They said, "We will also listen to you." Hearing this, Zhuowen was quite moved. How could he not be moved when these people trusted him so much? Taking a deep breath, he took out a white jade tablet from his spirit ring. The word Tsang was written on the jade tablet. It was the Tsang Dragon token he had obtained from the Tsang Dragon Hall. There was a mini-universe formation hidden in the Tsang Dragon token. Zhuowen, who was in the outside world, could use the token to teleport himself back to the Tsang Dragon Hall. Chapter 840. Re-entering Baiyang, Town Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands, and surging origin energy surged into the Azure Dragon token. Immediately, a white light erupted from the token, and the small universe formation within it was completely activated by Zhuowen. The white light became even more intense, and in the end, it enveloped Zhuowen, the surrounding Zhuo family members, LV Yitao, and the others. Then, everyone disappeared without a trace in the white light. This was an empty hall. The ground was filled with strong clouds and mist, and the top of the hall was an oval-shaped dome filled with stars. If one did not look carefully, they might think that it was a real starry sky. This was the interior of the Azure Dragon Hall. After Zhuowen passed the first Heaven and Earth test, he had the qualifications to enter the hall with the Azure Dragon token. At this moment, LV Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and the members of the Zhuo family were all looking around the hall in confusion. Their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Where is this place? The origin energy inside is so dense. Moreover, I can also feel that within the dense origin energy, there is an extremely strange and intense energy that is nourishing my meridians. LV Tao's eyes revealed a strange expression. After feeling the surging origin energy, he could not help but exclaim. The expressions on the faces of the others were similar to LV Tao's. Then, their gazes all gathered on Zhuowen. The one who brought them here was Zhuowen, and they knew that Zhuowen definitely knew the reason. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Zhuowen no longer hid anything. He briefly explained the matter of the dragon vein. At the same time, he also gave a brief introduction of the Azure Dragon Hall. As Zhuowen explained, Zhuo Xiangding, LV Yitao, and the others became more and more shocked. They finally knew why Zhuowen had advanced so quickly. It turned out that the dragon vein was a blessing in disguise. You said that the master of the Azure Dragon Hall is a saint, and the Azure Dragon Hall itself is a Holy Spirit treasure? Zhuo Xiangding was still in disbelief and could not help but ask. Zhuowen nodded and said, "The master of the Azure Dragon Hall, the Azure Dragon Taoist, is indeed a saint, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Although I have the Azure Dragon token, I only have 3 chances to enter and exit the Azure Dragon Hall. Now that I have used one, there are only 2 chances left. The Azure Dragon Hall contains the source of the Azure Dragon, and the origin energy is much denser than the outside world. It is extremely beneficial for cultivation. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon Palace is also very secretive. You guys are also very safe here." At that time, the Azure Dragon Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, at that time of the Azure Dragon Hall, at the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen Hall Hall, Zhuowen Hall Hall Hall, Zhuowen Hall, Zhuowen. All of you stay in the Azure Dragon Palace first. I still need to make a trip to the outside world of Zhuing Lu, of Yi, of Emperor, and of the Emperor. Also, I must find out the whereabouts of my father. Zhuowen continued. Zhuo Xiangding walked up to Zhuo Wen, patted his shoulder, and said, "The imperial capital is in turmoil right now. Zhuo Wen, be careful." Zhuo Wen smiled and said, "Don't worry, grandfather. I have the 100 transformation divine art and can change my appearance and aura. Even if the Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing want to arrest me, I'm not afraid." After saying that, Zhuowen nodded to LVE Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. Then, he took out the Azure Dragon token and turned into a white light disappearing from the hall. Looking at the disappearing figure of Zhuowen, everyone in the hall had a hint of worry on their faces. Although they knew that the current Zhuowen was no longer the same as before, the power of the Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing was too great. It was difficult for Zhuowen to do anything alone. If it was a head-on clash, Zhuowen would not be a match for the former. "Everyone, let's cultivate in the Azure Dragon Hall first. We are too weak. If we can increase our strength, it will be helpful to Zhuowen in the future." Zhuo Xiangding suddenly spoke, and everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were still worried in their hearts, it was more of a desire to become stronger. The reason why they were bullied by others was because they were too weak. If they were powerful, the Blue Dragon Hall would not dare to touch them. At the end of the day, it was because they were too weak. The vitality in the Azure Dragon Hall was very rich. Because of the origin of the Azure Dragon, it was much easier for them to cultivate here than in the outside world. Outside the imperial capital, a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion stood quietly on a rock. He looked at the imperial capital in front of him with a sharp gaze. "Emperor Qing and the Blue Dragon Hall are too strong. It's impossible for me to break into the imperial capital's dungeon alone. It seems that I need to see Elder Shiwan." Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He did not rush toward the imperial capital. Instead, he flew in the opposite direction. The direction he was heading was Baiyang Town, where the Arcane Guild was located. Baiyang Town was still the same as before. It was full of tranquility and peace. Arcanists in robes were constantly coming in and out of Baiyang Town. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He put on the Arcanist's robe and entered Baiyang Town naturally. Zhuowen walked along the bustling streets toward the Arcane Guild at the front. He soon arrived in front of the tower-like building. This building was the headquarters of the Arcane Guild. "Stop right there. Only fourth-grade Arcanists are qualified to enter the headquarters of the Arcane Guild. You're just a third-grade Arcanist. Don't join in the fun." A lazy young man stood at the entrance of the headquarters. This young man was also a third-grade Arcanist. He saw that Zhuowen's Arcanist's robe only had the third-grade symbol drawn on it. There was a touch of disdain in his eyes, and he directly rejected Zhuowen at the door. Zhuowen's current appearance was that of a sickly middle-aged man, but he was only a third-grade Arcanist. This young man naturally had a look of disdain on his face. His attitude was even a little arrogant. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect the headquarters of the Arcane Guild to have such a requirement. When he first entered, he was led in by Elder Shiwan. At that time, he was naturally unimpeded, so he did not know about this rule. "I have something to discuss with Elder Shiwan. Please inform him." Although the attitude of the young man in front of him made Zhuowen unhappy, he did not want to cause trouble. Therefore, he could only let the young man go in and inform him. As long as Elder Shiwan came out, everything would be fine. You're looking for Elder Shiwan?" The young man stared and looked Zhuowen up and down. However, he sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? Elder Shiwan is the founder of our Arcane Guild. He has a high status. How can a small fry like you meet him?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You just need to inform Elder Shiwan." Then You'll know whether I'm qualified to meet him or not." The young man's eyes became even more disdainful. He made up his mind that the middle-aged man in front of him was probably here to cause trouble. Therefore, his tone became unfriendly. "Get lost. Elder Shiwan is not someone like you can meet." Zhuowen's face was slightly unpleasant. This young man guarding the door did not know what was good for him. He did not even let him inform him. "Then, can you inform the other elders?" Zhuowen's voice became a little cold. The young man's mocking smile became even more intense. He said, "I've said it before. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can meet the other elders? Get lost as soon as possible." Okay. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was so angry that he began to laugh. A frightening amount of consciousness energy surged out, and the smile on the young man's face froze. His eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this middle-aged man a rank 3 Arcana Master? Why was his mind power so terrifying? "Get lost. I have something to discuss with Elder Shiwan," Zhuowen shouted coldly. His mental power surged out of his body, forcing the youth to stumble backward. The youth fell on his, but in the guild hall. Meanwhile, Zhuowen had already stepped into the guild hall. The scene of the young man suddenly sitting on the ground and a strange middle-aged man barging into the hall was naturally seen by the other arcanists in the guild. Many of them even showed a hint of mockery when they saw the young man's sorry state. This young man was the Ninth Elder's honorary disciple, and he was quite talented as well. He relied on the Ninth Elder's name to strut around in the guild as a mere rank 3 Arcana Master, causing quite a few Arcana Masters to loathe him. Because of the Ninth Elder, many grade 4 Arcanists with no background in the guild had to do things according to this young man's wishes. They were usually very aggrieved. Now that they saw the young man being humiliated, many Arcanists in the hall were secretly delighted. However, when these Arcanists saw that the person who barged in was only a grade 3 Arcanist, a strange expression appeared on their faces. It seemed that this middle-aged man who barged into the guild really did not know the rules at all. They were afraid that he would suffer a great loss. "How dare you barge into the guild? Men, take this person down and wait for the elder to deal with him." Looking at the mocking gazes from around him, the young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face turned green and white as he shouted in the hall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A group of Arcanists in silver robes came into the hall and surrounded Zhuowen. The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the young man indifferently and immediately asked, "What happened?" The young man hurriedly came to the side of the middle-aged man in silver robes and pointed at Zhuowen. "Chief Xing, this person barged into the guild and injured me without permission. He disregarded the rules of the Arcana Guild and ran amok." The middle-aged man nodded and stared at Zhuowen. "You barged into the guild. What else do you have to say? If you surrender now, I can be lenient with you." "You haven't asked me the specific reason, and you already believe this person's one-sided story?" Zhuowen suddenly said, somewhat amused. From the conversation between the young man and the middle-aged man in silver robes, the two were probably quite familiar with each other. This silver-robed man was obviously helping this young man. "You still dare to talk back? A rebellious fellow like you, the life of a prisoner is more suitable for you. Men, take this person down directly." The middle-aged man in silver robes had a sinister look in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the silver-robed guards behind him immediately erupted with terrifying mind power and rushed towards Zhuowen, wanting to completely capture Zhuowen. Ignorant. Chapter 841. Seeing Elder Shiwan again looking at the group of silver-robed guards who were instantly repelled, many of the surrounding people were shocked. These silver-robed guards were the patrolling guards of the Arcane Guild. They were extremely strong, and basically all of them had a cultivation of level 4 lower spiritual power. Even so, they were repelled by the sickly middle-aged man in front of them in one move. This person was too terrifying. Moreover, judging from the strength displayed by this middle-aged man, he was probably not just a level 3 arcanist, but at least a level 4 arcanist. The young man's pupils shrank. When the silver-robed guards were defeated in an instant, he knew that the middle-aged man in front of him had been hiding his cultivation. However, he was proud and arrogant, and naturally would not give up just like that. You've got guts. How dare you hit people in the Arcane Guild? Chief Xing, this person is arrogant and lawless. We must take him down. The young man's words were righteous and impassioned, but he quickly took a step back and hid behind the silver-robed, middle-aged man. The young man's little action was naturally noticed by the Chief Xing, but he did not care. Instead, he stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "What else do you have to say? You hit our guards in the Arcane Guild. Don't even think about leaving. I don't want to have a conflict with you. I'm here to look for Elder Shiwan. As long as I call Elder Shiwan out, everything will be settled." Zhuowen said lightly, "Nonsense. You're spouting nonsense. Elder Shiwan is not someone like you can meet. How dare you threaten to meet Elder Shiwan after hitting people from the Arcane Guild? I think you must have eaten a leopard's guts." The young man shouted again. Shaking his head, Zhuowen did not want to make a fuss anymore. Instead, he took out the second elder's token and waved it at the silver-robed man. He said, "This is the second elder's token. My identity is the second elder of the Arcane Guild. Do you think I'm qualified to meet Elder Shiwan?" As soon as the token was taken out, the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man in front of them with shock in their eyes. They did not expect that the sickly middle-aged man in front of them was actually the second elder of the Arcane Guild, second only to Elder Shiwan. The original second elder was Elder Lu Li, but Elder Lu Li was later defeated by a young man. Since then, the young man had replaced Elder Lu Li as the second elder. However, the new second elder had not appeared for a long time, and everyone gradually forgot that there was still a second elder in the Arcane Guild. Now that this sallow-faced, middle-aged man had taken out the second elder's token, he was most likely the new second elder who hadn't shown himself for a long time. The silver-robed, middle-aged man was also stunned. The surprise in his eyes was even denser than the others. "How dare you? How dare you pretend to be the second elder? I've heard from my master that the new second elder is a young man in his early 20s, but you're already middle-aged. So how can you be the second elder? Chief Xing, don't be fooled by him. The token in his hand is definitely fake." In the originally silent hall, the young man jumped out again and pointed at Zhuowen with his right hand. His eyes were full of disbelief. After all, he was the unofficial disciple of the ninth elder and knew the characteristics of the mysterious second elder. The sallow middle-aged man in front of him could not be the second elder. "Oh, it's a fake." The head guard narrowed his eyes. He had also heard that the second elder was a rather young man who was extremely powerful. Back then, even Elder Lu Li was no match for him. However, the sallow-faced middle-aged man before him did not seem to be the case. "How dare you pretend to be the second elder? You're courting death." Chief Xing's face was a little ugly. He snorted coldly, and the mind power of a complete grade 4 surged out. He flew directly toward Zhuowen, wanting to get rid of him completely. Zhuowen's eyes became colder. Regardless of whether it was the young man or the Chief Xing, they were in cahoots. He had even taken out his identity token, but the two of them still wanted to deny it. Bang! Zhuowen stomped his foot, and a terrifying mind power poured out. Before the Chief Xing could even get close to Zhuowen, he only felt a heavenly pressure crushing him. Then, his entire body flew in the opposite direction and landed heavily on the ground. I'm pretending? Do you think I still need to pretend? Zhuowen came in front of the young man. His expression was cold and emotionless. His eyes were piercingly cold. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, the young man was so scared that he fell to the ground and complained in his heart. He did not expect the middle-aged man in front of him to have such powerful mind power. You'd better not mess around. This is the Arcane Art Guild, and I'm the disciple of the Ninth Elder. If you mess around, you won't be able to walk out of the Arcane Art Guild. The young man trembled and actually dared to threaten him. Zhuowen did not bother to talk nonsense with him. His right hand formed a sword finger and suddenly pointed at the young man's forehead. A scream was heard, and the young man held his forehead with both hands and kept rolling on the ground. You actually destroyed my knowledge, see? How could you do this? The young man's shrill scream immediately moved many of the people present. Their eyes were filled with dread. The most important part of an arcanist was the knowledge see in the depths of the forehead. Its importance was equivalent to the dantian of a martial artist. If the knowledge see was destroyed, it meant that there was no place to store mind power. From then on, he would be a cripple. This is just a small punishment for you. Zhuowen said coldly. Whoosh! There was a piercing sound, and a gray-robed old man came out from the Arcane Art Guild. He came to the center of the hall and looked around at the silver-robed guards who were beaten to the ground and the screaming young man. His face became extremely ugly. It's the Ninth Elder. I didn't expect even the Ninth Elder to come out. This person beat up the silver-robed guards and crippled the Ninth Elder's registered disciple. Yuzha, I'm afraid the Ninth Elder will not let this person go. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Ninth Elder and Zhuowen, who had just appeared. You beat up the silver-robed guards and crippled Yuzha? The Ninth Elder shouted angrily at Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head, and his face slowly changed from a middle-aged man to a young man. He said, Ninth Elder, I haven't seen you for a long time. Don't you recognize me? The Second Elder, Zhuowen? I've heard about what happened in the imperial capital. So, you're not dead. The Ninth Elder was startled at first, and then said with some fear. The scene of Zhuowen personally killing Master Yanhua and Elder Lu Li at the Arcane Art Guild Square was still vivid in the Ninth Elder's mind. The young man in front of him possessed strength that was much stronger than him. The Ninth Elder! Originally, I came here to look for Elder Shiwan, but your registered disciple, Yuzha, did not know what was good for him and insisted on blocking me outside. He didn't even want to inform me and planned to expel me. That's not all. Later on, I took out the Second Elder's identity token to show my identity, but he said that my token was fake. I had no choice but to cripple him. The Ninth Elder shouldn't blame me, right? Zhuowen said politely, with his hands cupped. Hearing this, the Ninth Elder's mouth twitched. He secretly scolded Yuzha's stupidity in his heart and laughed. Of course not. This rebellious disciple did not know etiquette and even slandered you, the Second Elder. He deserved to die. Now, you've only crippled his mind. That's letting him off easy. Since the Second Elder wants to look for Elder Shiwan, then follow me. I'll bring you to see him. With that, the Ninth Elder did not even look at Zhuowen and politely led the way in front of him. Zhuowen naturally followed behind him. After Zhuowen and the Ninth Elder left, the rest of the arcanists in the hall were in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with shock. I didn't expect this person to be the Second Elder. Fortunately, I didn't join in the fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up any better than Yuzha. Yuzha reaped what he sowed. He relied on his identity as the Ninth Elder's disciple and was used to acting like a tyrant. now that he has kicked a metal plate. He deserves it. The discussion around them grew louder and louder. Yuzha slowly stood up, his eyes filled with confusion. Now that his mind had been crippled, he was no longer destined to be an arcanist. He was just an ordinary person. Hearing the mockery around him, the confusion in Yuzha's eyes was finally replaced by regret. He did not expect that he, Yuzha, would end up like this because of his impulsiveness. It was really sad. Zhuowen naturally did not care about Yuzha's situation. At that moment, he was following the ninth elder into the depths of the association. Soon, the two of them came to an ordinary iron door. The ninth elder knocked on the door and said, "Elder Shiwan, the second elder, Zhuowen, has returned and wants to see you." Creak. The iron door opened automatically. Zhuowen found that it was pitch black behind the iron door. It was actually a deep passageway. Elder Shiwan is on the other side of the passageway. You can go in. After the ninth elder finished speaking, he quietly left the place. Zhuowen stepped through the iron door and walked along the passageway unhurriedly. After a while, he came to a spacious room. The ceiling of the room was very high. There were countless black iron chains on top of it. There was a huge formation in the middle of the chains. Inside the formation was a world of ice and snow. The cold air was oppressive. It was the extreme mysterious formation that Elder Shiwan had set up. Inside the extreme mysterious formation were the 9 types of earth fires that had gone out of control. At that moment, the 9 types of earth fires were much more obedient under the control of the extreme mysterious formation. They were no longer as wild and violent as before. In the middle of the room, an old figure sat quietly. Zhuowen quietly stared at the figure and said softly, "Junior Zhuowen greets Elder Shiwan." Elder Shiwan opened his eyes and stared at Zhuowen. He smiled and said, "You have done a lot of sensational things in the imperial capital. Even many people in Baiyang town know your name." Zhuowen scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "Elder Shiwan, don't make fun of me. My cultivation is not enough. As for those big things, they are only relative to ordinary warriors." Chapter 842. Request Elder Shiwan's words did not surprise Zhuowen at all. With a glint in his eyes, Zhuowen said, "Elder Shiwan, to be honest, my request this time is a little too much, so I hope you won't blame me for being rude." "It's all right. After all, you're also a member of the Arcane Guild. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. If I can do it, I won't refuse." Elder Shiwan smiled, faintly. Nodding, Zhuowen briefly explained some of the things that happened in the Imperial City, and he did not hide the fact that he had a dragon soul. The Arcane Guild was spread throughout the Heavenly Armor Continent, and its influence was not inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall. Therefore, Zhuowen was not afraid to reveal the fact that he had a dragon soul. Of course, Zhuowen did not say anything about the Azure Dragon Hall. After all, the Azure Dragon Hall was the inheritance of a sage. If such a thing was revealed, no matter how noble Elder Shiwan was, it would inevitably arouse greed in his heart. The preciousness of the sage's inheritance would definitely cause a commotion in the entire Eastern Land. At that time, it would cause countless forces in the Eastern Land to covet it. Therefore, Zhuowen could not reveal such an important secret. "Zhua Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to be a Ryuka descendant with a dragon soul." Elder Shiwan looked at Zhuowen in astonishment, and his tone was full of surprise. "Not to mention the Azure Dragon Hall in the Imperial City. The Qing Emperor will not let you go, because the Qing Emperor is the outer elder of the Azure Dragon Main Hall, and at the same time, he has an extremely rare contract scroll. He is more interested in a Ryuka descendant with a dragon soul than others." Elder Shiwan's words caused Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. This Elder Shiwan really knew a lot. He even knew that the Qing Emperor was an outer elder of the Azure Dragon main hall. My very good senior, Brother Hantian from Muqin County, was captured by the Qing Emperor and imprisoned in the Imperial City dungeon because he saved me. I want to save Brother Hantian, so I'm here to ask Elder Xiwan for your help. Zhuowen said rather sincerely. Locked up in the dungeon of the Imperial City? That was the most heavily guarded place in the Imperial City. It's not that easy for you to save someone from inside, Elder Shi Yuan said with a serious look. Zhuowen nodded and said, I know. That's why I came to ask Elder Xiwan this time. I heard that you once fought with Emperor Qing. I know that with your strength, you can hold him back. Elder Xiwan's eyes flickered as he sighed and said, Emperor Qing is not as simple as you think. His strength is unfathomable. Although I had some conflicts with Emperor Qing back then, Emperor Qing did not use his full strength. I'm guessing that if Emperor Qing uses his full strength, even I won't be his match. What? Is Emperor Qing so powerful? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Strong. And it's very strong, Elder Xiwan said with certainty. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He knew that since Elder Shi Yuan had said so, he was probably rejecting his request. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said, Then I'll have to bother you, Elder Shi Yuan. With that, just as Zhuowen was about to leave, Elder Shi Yuan's voice sounded. Shui Xiaoyu, don't be in a hurry to leave. There might be a way. If you can tell me the quality of your dragon soul, I can consider helping you. Turning around, Zhuowen stared at Elder Shi Yuan and hesitated for a moment before saying, Back then, Qing Yan used the dragon soul detector to check the quality of the dragon soul in my body, but in the end, the dragon soul detector shattered. Zhuowen did not specifically report the quality of the dragon soul. In fact, even he did not know how high Xiaohei's quality was. After all, this guy did not even put a 9th grade dragon soul in his eyes. It was really difficult for him to define. What? Even the dragon soul detector was shattered. It seems that the dragon soul in Zhuo Xiaoyu's body is very powerful. If that's the case, I'll help you once and follow you to the Imperial City dungeon. Elder Shi Yuan stood up and stared at the young man in front of him in surprise. His eyes were full of passion. If the quality of Zhuowen's dragon soul was not high, Elder Shi Yuan would not be interested in helping Zhuowen. After all, if the quality of the dragon soul was too low, it would be impossible for him to achieve much in the future. However, Zhuowen's dragon soul was so powerful that even the dragon soul detector in the Azure Dragon Branch Hall was shattered. Obviously, Zhuowen's dragon soul was very powerful, which also proved that Zhuowen's talent was extremely terrifying. Elder Shi Yuan also had some understanding of the former Ryuka. Once the dragon soul awakened in a Ryuka's body was of high quality, their future achievements would definitely be earth-shattering. Obviously, the young man in front of him should be such a talented person. Such a person could only be given enough help when he was weak. Then, when he became strong, it would definitely be of great benefit to the Arcane Guild. As for Emperor Qing's revenge, Elder Shi Yuan was not very worried because the Arcane Guild's influence in the Heavenly Armor continent was very strong and spread to every corner of the continent. Emperor Qing would not dare to touch the Arcane Guild. Therefore, when Elder Shi Yuan agreed to help Zhuowen, he was gambling on Zhuowen's talent and future achievements. After all, such a genius was hard to find in 100 years. Looking at Elder Shi Yuan, who agreed so readily, Zhuowen was stunned. However, after thinking for a moment, he understood Elder Shi Yuan's idea and said in surprise, "Thank you for your help, Elder Shi Yuan." Next, Zhuowen and Elder Shi Yuan discussed some details about the rescue in the dungeon of the Imperial City. After setting the rescue time, they temporarily stayed in the Arcane Guild. 3 days later, Zhuowen and Elder Shi Yuan left the Arcane Guild, and headed for the Imperial City. When the two entered the Imperial City, they did not act immediately. Instead, they found an inconspicuous inn and prepared to go to the dungeon of the Imperial City at night. Elder Shi Yuan was quite curious about Zhuowen's 100 transformation technique. This technique could not only change one's appearance, but also one's aura. A secret technique that could change one's cultivation was really rare. Moreover, the two's plan was not complicated. As Zhuowen had the 100 transformation technique, he could quietly change his appearance and sneak into the dungeon of the Imperial City to act according to the circumstances. After rescuing Lu Hantian, Elder Shi Yuan would come out to help. Just as Zhuowen and Elder Shi Yuan were discussing the rescue plan, there was some chaos in the Blue Dragon Hall. Aoki, who was sitting on the throne, had an extremely ugly look on his face. From the information gathered by the spies of the Blue Dragon Hall, the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall that Qing Yan had brought out were actually annihilated in Muqing County. It was said that the one who caused the annihilation of the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall was Zhuowen. Zhuowen, that little bastard, is actually not dead. Moreover, his strength has soared, and he has annihilated all the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall that Qing Yan had brought. Aoki slammed the armrest of the throne. His face was pale, and his heart was inexplicably shocked, not only because Zhuowen was not dead, but also because Zhuowen's strength had soared. This time, Qing Yi, Su Lingtian, and the elites of the Blue Dragon Hall that Qing Yan had brought out were not weak. However, they had all been annihilated by Zhuowen. Moreover, it was said that the masters and elites of the three big families, the Grand family, the Chao family, and the Feng family, were also annihilated in Muqing County. Zhuowen's strength was somewhat beyond Aoki's expectations. How did he manage to survive? Moreover, how did his strength soar so much in such a short period of time? Could it be related to Emperor Qing? Aoki muttered to himself. Back then, Zhuowen had been taken away by Emperor Qing. It was obvious that Zhuowen's appearance was related to Emperor Qing. Moreover, later on, Aoki had sent many martial artists to Muqing County to investigate. To their astonishment, they had discovered that Zhuowen seemed to have evaporated from the world, and there was no trace of him. In addition, the people of the Zhuo family were nowhere to be found. This made Aoki feel even worse. What is Emperor Qing doing? I respect him as an outer sect elder of the main hall, so I have always tolerated him. However, he actually released such an important person like Zhuowen and even helped him increase his cultivation. This is outrageous. I have to ask him. The more Aoki thought about it, the more upset he felt. In the end, he decided to head to the Imperial City to verify with Emperor Qing. The sky gradually darkened as a green figure streaked across the sky. He passed through the sky above the Imperial City and directly arrived at the throne room. The guards of the Imperial City did not stop him. After all, Aoki was the hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall. They still knew him, so they would not foolishly stop Aoki. After entering the throne room, he came to a magnificent hall. He saw Emperor Qing standing quietly in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was cultivating. As if he sensed someone coming in, Emperor Qing slowly opened his eyes. He stared at Aoki and said, "I wonder why Prince Aoki is here." Aoki snorted and said, "Elder Qingji, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Why did you bring Zhuowen back to the Imperial City?" Emperor Qing raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "This is my private matter. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with Prince Aoki, right? Elder Qingji, don't blame me for being rude. This time, the experts sent by the Blue Dragon Hall to Muqing County have all been annihilated. This has nothing to do with you. Aoki snorted. Emperor Qing frowned slightly and said unhappily, Prince Aoki, what does this have to do with me? Also, there are no experts in Muqin County. How could the blue dragon hall be annihilated? Because the person who annihilated the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall was Zhuowen. Back then, Zhuowen was taken away by you, Elder Qing Ji. Now, not only is Zhuowen not dead, but he is also alive and well. Elder Qing Ji, do you think this has anything to do with you? At this point, Aoki's tone was slightly agitated, and his voice became extremely cold. This time, the Blue Dragon Hall had suffered a great loss. Basically, the Azure Dragon Guards were all dead. Moreover, Qin Yen, who had a third-grade dragon soul, had also fallen. This was a great blow to the Blue Dragon Hall. What? You said that Zhuowen appeared in Muqin County and annihilated the experts of the Blue Dragon Hall? Chapter 843. An open plot. The Qing Emperor had never entered the dragon vein before. Even if he did, he would be repelled by the surging dragon vein aura and would not be able to go deep into the dragon vein. However, according to Aoki, not only was Zhuowen not dead, but he had also appeared in Muqin County and killed all the experts in the Blue Dragon Hall. Clearly, Zhuowen's strength had improved a lot. Could there be a passage to the outside world in the dragon vein? What benefits are there in the depths of the dragon vein that allowed Zhuowen's strength to improve so much? The Qing Emperor frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the dragon vein under the throne room was not simple. He could not go deep into the dragon vein, but Zhuowen had. If he could capture Zhuowen, he could interrogate him to find out the secret of the dragon vein. Aoki saw the shock on the Qing Emperor's face, and the anger in his eyes faded. He asked doubtfully, Elder Qingji, don't tell me you don't know that Zhuowen is still alive. I really don't know. When I captured Zhuowen and brought him back to the Imperial City, I wanted to explore the mystery of the dragon soul in his body. However, I did not expect his dragon soul to be so powerful and extraordinary. It actually appeared in his sea of consciousness and took Zhuowen away after taking one blow from me. As for where he went, even I don't know. That's why I was shocked when Zhuowen came back to life. The Qing Emperor shook his head and said helplessly. Aoki stared quietly at the Qing Emperor and realized that the latter did not seem to be lying. He frowned and said, It seems that I have misunderstood Elder Qingji. However, that little bastard, Zhuowen, killed my branch hall's inheritor, Qing Yan, and even killed many experts like Qing Yi. I won't let this matter rest. I hope that Elder Qing Ji can assist me in capturing Zhuowen. The Lotus Emperor nodded and said, Of course, not to mention the fact that he killed your Blue Dragon Hall's expert. Just the fact that he is a descendant of the Ryuka clan is enough for me to not let him go. However, the Qingxian Empire is so big. Trying to find this child is like finding a needle in a haystack. If he deliberately avoids us, it will be very difficult for us to find him. Aoki said worriedly. However, the Azure Emperor smiled and said, I have a way to lure this child out. Lu Hantian from Muqin County has a very close relationship with that Lu Hantian from Zhuowen. Right now, Lu Hantian is being imprisoned by me in the Imperial City's dungeon. If I were to spread this news, I'm afraid that Zhuowen would not ignore that Lu Hantian. At that time, he will definitely come to the Imperial City's dungeon. In that case, we don't need to look for this child. We just need to wait for him. Aoki's eyes flickered. Aoki had also heard that Lu Hantian was being imprisoned by the Lotus Emperor. Originally, he thought that it was a rumor. Now, it seemed that it was true. Prince Aoki, call those two old farts from your branch hall out. After I spread the news, Zhuowen will definitely appear. This child's dragon soul is not simple. I'm afraid that it is even more terrifying than Zhuo Xiaotian's dragon soul. Therefore, we must be absolutely sure this time, the Lotus Emperor suddenly said. I actually need to invite the Grand Elders of the branch hall to capture that Zhuowen? Aoki said in surprise. The Lotus Emperor said seriously, this child is not simple. We must not be careless. Not only you, this emperor will also invite the 5 great Empyreans of the imperial family. At that time, we will definitely surround the entire imperial city's underground prison. If Zhuowen enters the underground prison, then he can forget about leaving. The 5 heavenly venerables of the imperial family? Elder Qingji, you are indeed bold. Then, I will invite the 2 grand elders of the branch hall out. Aoki nodded. Immediately after, he cupped his hands at the Lotus Emperor and left the throne room. Looking at Aoki's departing figure, the Lotus Emperor narrowed his eyes, which contained a deep chill. He muttered to himself, Zhuowen, this time, I will definitely not let you escape. Whether it is the dragon soul in your body or the secret of the dragon vein, you will have to spit it out. As he spoke, the Lotus Emperor flicked his sleeve and gradually hid in the darkness. His figure was faintly discernible. The night gradually receded. A ray of warm sunlight penetrated through the layers of white clouds and shone on the vast earth. It brought about a lively light in the dark time. The originally deserted streets of the imperial capital were now bustling with activity. The bustling flow of people was like a long dragon shuttling back and forth on the streets. Have you heard? Yesterday, the Lotus Emperor issued an announcement. The content is said to be about the number 1 expert of Muqin County, Lu Hantian. What? It is said that Lu Hantian is an expert at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. The Lotus Emperor places great importance on this person. Is he really going to give him an official position? Not really. At this moment, Lu Hantian has already become a prisoner. According to the Lotus Emperor, Lu Hantian is not from our Qing Xian Empire. Instead, he is a spy from the Yenxian Empire, which is a neighbor of our Qing Xian Empire. Later on, the Lotus Emperor saw through his true identity and captured him in one fell swoop. He is imprisoned in the imperial city's dungeon. No way. That Lu Hantian is actually a spy sent by the Yenxian Empire. If it is true, then the Yenxian Empire has suffered a great loss. A peak, heavenly venerate realm expert was captured by the Lotus Emperor just like that. Many cultivators were discussing fervently. The topic was obviously about Lu Hantian. Since this morning, the news that Lu Hantian was a spy from the Yenxian Empire spread through the streets and alleys of the entire imperial city. At the same time, most cultivators also knew that Lu Hantian was imprisoned in the imperial city's dungeon by the Lotus Emperor. In an inconspicuous corner of the inn, an old man and a young man were slowly pouring wine. The eyes of the younger man narrowed when he heard the discussions around him. The back of his hand, which was holding the wine cup, had turned somewhat white due to him using too much strength. These 2 people were naturally Zhuowen and Elder Shiyuan, who had rushed over from Baiyang town. As Zhuowen was too famous in the imperial city, many people knew him. Therefore, after entering the imperial city, Zhuowen had already used the 100 transformation divine art to completely change his appearance and aura. However, this time, he did not become a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. Instead, he became a young man in white who was about 20 years old with sharp eyes. Elder Shiyuan also saw Zhuowen's actions. He shook his head and said softly, "It seems that the Lotus Emperor already knows that you are not dead. He must have deliberately spread the news." Zhuowen nodded. In fact, after the experts from the four major forces, including the Blue Dragon Hall and the Grand Family, had been destroyed in Muqin County. He knew that this matter could not be hidden from the Lotus Emperor. When the time came, it would not be difficult to find out that it was him, Zhuowen, who had done it. The Lotus Emperor clearly knew that Zhuowen and Lu Hantian had a very good relationship. If Zhuowen was not dead, he would definitely go to the Imperial City's dungeon to save Lu Hantian. Therefore, the Lotus Emperor released the news in order to lure Zhuowen into a trap. The Lotus Emperor's plot was right in front of Zhuowen. Therefore, although Zhuowen knew that this was the Lotus Emperor's trap, he had no choice but to step into it step by step. This was because he could not ignore the life and death of Lu Hantian. Even if it was a trap, Zhuowen would step into it without hesitation to save Lu Hantian. Since the Lotus Emperor released such news, I'm afraid that the Imperial City's dungeon will be even more heavily guarded. Moreover, I suspect that the Lotus Emperor deliberately released this news, and the dungeon has already sent countless experts to wait for him. Elder Shiwan's face was a little solemn. If it was a normal situation, Zhuowen would have a high chance of saving Lu Hantian from the dungeon by relying on the 100 transformation technique. However, the Lotus Emperor had used an open plot to set up numerous traps and waited for Zhuowen to take the bait. Without a doubt, the Imperial City's dungeon was much more terrifying and dangerous than usual. Even Elder Shiwan was not confident. I must save Big Brother Lu Hantian. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I must take the risk. Zhuowen's gaze was firm. Back then, Lu Hantian had entered the Imperial City alone for Zhuowen and put himself in danger. Zhuowen was not an ungrateful person. Zhuowen had to repay such kindness. Of course, the matter of saving Lu Hantian in the Imperial City was not something that could be done recklessly. During this period of time, he had to plan carefully. Looking at the determination in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Elder Shiwan was a little moved. It was obvious that Zhuowen was a very loyal person. There were many people like him who could do this for his friends and brothers. It was also because of this that Elder Shiwan was even more determined to help Zhuowen. The young man in front of him was not only terrifyingly talented and possessed the dragon soul, he was also a very loyal person. He believed that Zhuowen would not do despicable things in the future. Elder Shiwan, I will go to the outer area of the Imperial City to take a look and confirm the exact location. We will take action tonight. Zhuowen whispered a few words to Elder Shiwan and left silently. As Zhuowen had changed his appearance, he did not attract the attention of others in the inn. As Zhuowen had the layout map that Moyan Wushang had given him, Zhuowen knew the location of the Imperial City's underground prison very well. The Imperial City's underground prison was located in a wasteland in the northwest corner of the Imperial City. Above the wasteland, there was a tall and lofty rockery. There were many black-armored soldiers patrolling around the rockery. Following the flow of people on the streets, Zhuowen was getting closer to the Imperial City. Just as he was about to enter the Imperial City, the noise in front of him attracted his attention. Both sides of the street in front of him were crowded with people. The martial artists in the Imperial City had gathered on both sides of the street and were staring at a luxurious sedan in the middle of the street. The sedan was huge and had 4 eaves that faced the sky. Below the sedan, there were 4 strange beasts that were slowly carrying the sedan. The 4 strange beasts under the sedan had extremely terrifying auras. They were all at the Ultimate Emperor realm. An ordinary Ultimate Emperor realm martial artist would not be a match for these strange beasts. However, what attracted Zhuowen's attention was not the 4 strange beasts under the sedan, but the arrogant figure on the sedan. The First Prince, Huangfu Wudao. Chapter 844. Taking the initiative to provoke, the First Prince has come out of seclusion today. It's said that the first prince went into seclusion to cultivate after being conferred the title of Heavenly Marquis more than a month ago, hoping to improve his cultivation. Now that he has come out, his cultivation must have improved greatly. Yes, because the first prince is in seclusion, he hasn't used the Heavenly Marquis token to go to the Imperial barracks to select 100,000 Imperial soldiers. I'm afraid that he's coming out of seclusion today for the 100,000 Imperial soldiers. He's indeed heading towards the Imperial barracks. The first prince's talent is peerless, and he stood out in the ranking tournament, where geniuses gathered. With the 100,000 Imperial soldiers, I'm afraid that the first prince's personal strength is no weaker than the 5 great clans. On the streets, the bustling cultivators' eyes were filled with envy as they chattered incessantly like little birds. For most of the cultivators on the streets, Huangfu Wudao was a lofty figure with great strength and peerless talent. He was the object of worship in many cultivators' hearts. As for Zhuowen, although he had caused quite a stir at the time, it was a pity that he was absent from the Heavenly Marquis battle for no reason, causing many people to suspect that he was absent out of fear. However, after half a month, Zhuowen and his deeds had almost been forgotten in the imperial capital. This martial world was cruel. Only the deeds of the victors would be remembered and praised. As for the losers, no matter how sensational their deeds were, they would be forgotten with the passage of time. And now, Zhuowen was such a living example. The cultivators on the streets were basically talking about the first prince, Zhuowen. As for Zhuowen, no one mentioned him. Huangfu Wudao stood on the palanquin with his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty, his eyes full of arrogance. He naturally noticed the respectful gazes of the surrounding cultivators, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. He enjoyed the feeling of being supported by countless people. Mixed in with the numerous martial artists, Zhuowen naturally noticed the arrogant gaze of Huangfu Wudao, and his heart was filled with a sneer. At the same time, he had also clearly heard the discussions in the crowd, causing his heart to become even colder. He, Zhuowen, had only disappeared for a little over a month, yet no one had mentioned him. It seemed that this had something to do with the imperial family sealing off some information. After all, when Zhuowen challenged Huangfu Wudao, he had almost defeated Huangfu Wudao. This matter was extremely sensational in the imperial city, but now it seemed that no one had mentioned this matter. Obviously, the imperial family had sealed off this news. Therefore, most people in the imperial capital only knew that Zhuowen was afraid to be absent during the Heavenly Marquis battle, which allowed Huangfu Wudao to smoothly obtain the position of Heavenly Marquis. The first prince is indeed powerful. However, Zhuowen is not weak either. Back then, Zhuowen forced the first prince into an extremely miserable state. If not for Emperor Qing's interference, I'm afraid the outcome of the battle would have been in Zhuowen's favor. Suddenly, a rather crisp voice rang out. A young and vigorous youth with a flushed face curled his lips and refuted the surrounding people. "Sai, how could a child like you possibly know about these things? The first prince is so powerful, so how could he be forced into a miserable state by Zhuowen? If you don't know, then don't speak nonsense. It's unlikely that Zhuowen can contend with the first prince. In the entire Qing Xian Empire, the first prince is the strongest of the younger generation. Although Zhuowen is powerful, he should be below the first prince." Many cultivators in the surroundings pointed at the youth, their words containing a lot of criticism, thinking that the youth was talking nonsense. Humph! I was around the square, in front of the throne room at that time, and I saw it with my own eyes. Although the first prince is powerful, Zhuowen is not weak either. In any case, I feel that Zhuowen is very strong, the youth said stubbornly with a red face. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart sounded. Huangfu Wudao, who was originally standing on the palanquin, had unknowingly arrived in front of the youth. He stared coldly at the youth and said in a cold voice, "Do you mean to say that I'm inferior to Zhuowen?" Huangfu Wudao's appearance immediately intimidated many cultivators in the surroundings. Moreover, these cultivators continuously retreated, not daring to get too close to the youth. Huangfu Wudao's cruel and tyrannical reputation was well known in the entire imperial capital. If one did not go according to his wishes in the slightest, the outcome would not be very good. The youth's entire body trembled, and his lips trembled. He did not expect that Huangfu Wudao would actually come down personally, and his heart was slightly flustered. "I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking?" Huangfu Wudao smiled coldly. His right hand lifted the youth's lapel, and he lifted him off the ground. The youth's legs were dangling in the air, and he was completely at a loss. "First Prince, please calm down. My son was just speaking nonsense. Please don't take offense." When Huangfu Wudao mentioned the youth, a middle-aged man in a blue robe hurriedly walked out from the crowd and knelt before Huangfu Wudao to plead for the youth. "Humph, it's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You deserve death for raising such an unfilial son." Huangfu Wudao grunted coldly. And then he suddenly kicked out, directly kicking the middle-aged man in a blue robe in the chest, and terrifying origin energy poured out. The middle-aged man grunted in pain as his entire body was kicked flying by Huangfu Wudao, and he was dragged on the ground for a few tens of meters before finally colliding with a stone pillar at the side of the street. Only then did his figure stop moving, and his eyes were opened wide with rage, as he actually lost all signs of life. Huangfu Wudao had actually kicked the youth's father to death with a single kick. The surrounding people were silent like cicadas in winter, and they silently stared at the dead middle-aged man. Yet not a single person spoke a word of justice. Instead, all of them lowered their heads and did not dare look into Huangfu Wudao's eyes. "Father!" the youth exclaimed in surprise, and his eyes instantly became moist. He never imagined that Huangfu Wudao would actually be so overbearing and kill his father with a single move. "I'll ask you one more time. Do you think I'm inferior to Zhuowen?" Huangfu Wudao pinched the youth as he asked coldly. The youth laughed bitterly instead, and he stared resentfully at Huangfu Wudao as he shouted furiously, "Right, you're indeed inferior to Zhuowen. If it wasn't for His Majesty Emperor Qing being partial and postponing the battle for 3 days, then you would have lost without a doubt if you'd continued the battle at that time. Your position of Heavenly Marquis is unworthy of its name, and Zhuowen is stronger than you." As soon as the youth spoke these words, the surrounding people sighed in their hearts. This youth is dead for sure. He actually dared to talk back to Huangfu Wudao like this. Good, good, good. You actually have such courage at such a young age. Then I'll send you to see your father right away." Huangfu Wudao was so furious that he started laughing instead. He was just about to kill the youth when a blood-red light flashed out from the crowd and flashed directly towards Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao grunted coldly, and then he decisively let go of the youth. With a wave of his right hand, countless blades of air condensed, and his right hand transformed into a transparent blade that fiercely slashed at the blood-red light. Thud, thud, thud. What shocked Huangfu Wudao was that the power contained within the blood-red light was extremely terrifying. It was as if he was facing a towering mountain at this moment, and the pressure on his hands was so great that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. As they watched Huangfu Wudao retreat, the surroundings fell silent. Then they saw that the thing that forced Huangfu Wudao to retreat was actually a strange blood-red spear. At this moment, the blood-red spear was upside down in front of everyone, and its surface was suffused with a bloody aura. The youth also got up at this moment, and a trace of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he looked at the blood-red spear in front of him. "Who is it?" Huangfu Wudao's gaze was gloomy as he stabilized his body and stared fixedly ahead. The owner of this blood-red spear was definitely not ordinary. The pressure that it gave him just now was extremely great, like the might of the heavens. Everyone followed Huangfu Wudao's gaze and looked ahead. They were all curious as to who had used this blood-red spear. Thud, thud, thud. Clear and melodious footsteps sounded out, and a figure that was tall and straight like a pine tree silently walked out from the crowd. The person that appeared before everyone was a white-clothed youth with a sharp gaze. His entire body was spotless, and he looked extremely clean. Everyone was stunned once again when they saw this youth. It wasn't because of the youth's appearance or temperament, but because this youth merely looked to be in his early 20s and was even slightly younger than Huangfu Wudao. But the blood-red spear that he'd used just now had actually forced Huangfu Wudao to take a few steps back, and this was extremely rare amongst cultivators of the same age. "Who are you?" Huangfu Wudao's gaze was gloomy. He hadn't expected that the person who'd made a move would actually be this youth that looked even younger than him, and there was a trace of shock in his heart. Huangfu Wudao, prided himself as the #1 person in the younger generation. Besides the already dead Zhuowen, there really wasn't anyone in the younger generation who could threaten him. But this youth that was slightly younger than him actually gave him a rather strong feeling of threat. "I've heard that the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, is the #1 person in the younger generation of the Qin Xian Empire. Furthermore, you've even obtained the position of Heavenly Marquis, the highest honor in the empire. Today, I'm untalented, but I'd like to see what kind of trash the first prince, the #1 genius, is." Zhuowen didn't directly answer Huangfu Wudao's question, and instead continued to speak as he pleased. Hua. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. They hadn't expected that this mysterious youth who'd suddenly appeared would actually want to challenge the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, in front of everyone's eyes. How bold of him! Huangfu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. This person actually dared to challenge him as soon as he arrived, and this made him faintly feel that something was wrong. In addition to the trace of terrifying pressure he'd felt from the blood-red spear earlier, he began to hesitate. What? As the first prince of the imperial family, you actually don't dare to accept the challenge? Then your title as the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Qin Xian Empire doesn't live up to the name. It's just as that youth said. Zhuowen sneered. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd also looked at Huangfu Wudao with puzzlement on their faces. Huangfu Wudao's hesitant attitude, indeed, made them somewhat puzzled. Humph! Why wouldn't I dare? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, Huangfu Wudao stomped his foot, and countless air blades swirled in the air as they swept straight towards Zhuowen. When he arrived above Zhuowen, he stretched out his right hand, and countless air blades turned into a hurricane that enveloped Zhuowen's head. Huangfu Wudao's progress wasn't slow, and he was actually already at the advanced stage of the Xuanzuan realm. His talent was indeed not weak, but the current Zhuowen was no longer the same as before, and he was completely unafraid of Huangfu Wudao. On the contrary, the one who should be afraid was Huangfu Wudao. Chapter 845. Black Dragon Spear Technique Blood. Light flashed as the strange blood spear instantly arrived in front of Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao's pupils shrank as he hastily retreated in an attempt to avoid the strange blood spear. However, what caused Huangfu Wudao's expression to turn ugly was that with every step he retreated, the blood spear would take a step closer. In an instant, it was already close to his neck, as if it could kill him at any time. What a strange blood spear! Nine-headed snake, come out. Huang Fu Wudao's expression grew even more ghastly when he sensed the blood spear that was like a maggot in his bones. He stomped his foot, and a nine-headed snake head shot out explosively from his body and directly bit towards the blood spear that was flashing over. Clang! The clear sound of metal clashing rang out as the blood spear was blocked by the nine-headed snake head's attack and stopped in midair. Boom! At the same time, the enormous body of the nine-headed snake had completely emerged from Huang Fu Wudao's body. The terrifying snake's body was several hundred meters long and looked exceptionally frightening and shocking. Palm-sized scales covered the entire body of the nine-headed snake, emitting a chilling light. The first prince has even used the nine-headed snake armor soul. Looks like this blood spear youth is very strong. Many people in the surroundings discussed spiritedly as they looked at the enormous nine-headed snake in the sky. Shock was revealed on their faces. Die! Huang Fu Wudao let out a fierce howl and stomped his foot on the nine-headed snake's head. Instantly, the nine-headed snake's enormous body shot towards Zhuo Wen at an extremely fast speed. Zhuo Wen's gaze was indifferent as he beckoned with his right hand and caught the blood spear that had been sent flying. He stared at the approaching nine-headed snake and swung his blood spear. Immediately, the monstrous sea of blood transformed into a blood-colored vortex with him at the center and soared into the sky. The nine-headed snake, and Huang Fu Wudao had never imagined that Zhuowen would suddenly use such a terrifying sea of blood attack. They were actually on the verge of collapse from the impact of the sea of blood vortex, and their diving momentum had clearly become unstable. Sacrifice for a noble cause, Azura transformation. A cold voice came from the sea of blood. Then Zhuowen rushed out of the sea of blood and arrived in front of the Hydra in an instant. With a clink, the blood spear shot out and blocked the head of the Hydra at the front. Soon after, everyone watched in astonishment as the snake head actually twisted and exploded into a bloody mist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, Zhuowen transformed into an illusory blood shadow that was exceptionally nimble, like a fish in the sea of blood. On the other hand, the nine-headed snake's movements became extremely sluggish in the sea of blood, as if it had fallen into a swamp. Bang, bang! Taking advantage of his advantage in the sea of blood, Zhuowen fired a few shots in succession, simultaneously blasting the remaining few heads of the Hydra into a bloody pulp. The sorrowful cry was like thunder as it rumbled through the air. The nine-headed snake that had lost its 9 heads suddenly fell into the sea of blood, transforming into a ball of light that burrowed back into Huang Fu Wudao's body. Huang Fu Wudao's expression was extremely unsightly. All 9 heads of the 9-headed snake had been destroyed by Zhuowen. His injuries were severe, and it would probably take a very long time for him to recover. Huang Fu Wudao, the first prince of the imperial family and the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Qing Xian Empire. Is this all you've got? Even the 9-headed snake armor soul couldn't withstand a single blow. You really don't live up to your title as the #1 expert of the younger generation. Zhuowen looked down at Huang Fu Wudao indifferently as he stepped on the sea of blood. His voice was filled with mockery. This person is so strong. He's much younger than the first prince, but he actually destroyed the first prince's 9-headed snake armor soul. He's too terrifying. Everyone present was no fool when they saw how Zhuowen had killed the 9-headed snake so easily. They all knew that the young man with the blood spear was very likely much stronger than Huang Fu Wudao. After all, Huang Fu Wudao had used the materialization of his soul armor soul, while the mysterious young man with the blood spear had destroyed the 9-headed snake with just a blood spear. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the difference between the two. Huang Fu Wudao's expression was extremely gloomy. His 9-headed snake armor soul had been destroyed so easily. He had completely lost face. Swoosh! Zhuowen stomped his foot and turned into a blood shadow as he swept towards Huang Fu Wudao. The blood spear in his hand stretched out, and a sea of blood swept out. He actually intended to envelop Huang Fu Wudao. Qi like a hanging river, Huang Fu Wudao roared furiously. Countless streams of air flowed in reverse, turning into an intense whirlpool of air blades in front of him. It was the qi like a hanging river that had trapped Zhuowen before. Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent. He swung the blood spear in his right hand, and the terrifying sea of blood turned into a blood pillar that was constantly spinning. It directly blasted the qi like a hanging river. Crack! The sound of glass shattering resounded. Instantly, the entire qi like a hanging river collapsed. In the end, the blood spear suddenly shot out and instantly pierced through Huang Fu Wudao's right chest, nailing him to the huge stone pillar behind him. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became silent. Everyone stared blankly at Huang Fu Wudao, who was constantly struggling as he was nailed to the stone pillar. The dignified first prince of the imperial family, the #1 expert of the younger generation who had gathered countless glories, was actually defeated just like that by a young man who was younger than him. Moreover, his chest was pierced through, and he was nailed to the stone pillar. This scene was simply too shocking, as expected of the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Qing Xian Empire. Zhuowen's mocking words immediately caused Huang Fu Wudao to be both shocked and furious, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you sneak attack the first prince? You're courting death!" A loud shout rang out, followed by the deafening sound of horse hooves coming from the end of the street ahead. A middle-aged man in black armor was leading a group of soldiers in this direction at an extremely fast speed. Imperial Guard Commander Li Jin, as he gazed at Li Jin, who dashed over, and the Imperial Guards behind him, Zhuowen's pupils constricted slightly. Zhuowen naturally knew Li Jin, because it was Li Jin who led the geniuses of Muqin County into the imperial capital for the first time. Whoosh! Li Jin's legs slapped the belly of his horse, and his entire body soared into the air. In an instant, he arrived in front of Huang Fu Wudao, who was nailed to the ground by the blood spear. Looking at Huang Fu Wudao's pained expression, Li Jin's eyes were gloomy. He pulled out the blood spear and helped Huang Fu Wudao down. "Commander Li, this person attacked me from behind for no reason and injured me. He is truly despicable and shameless. You can't let this despicable person off." Huang Fu Wudao pointed at Zhuowen and shouted in a trembling voice. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and a trace of extreme coldness filled the air. This was the second time Huang Fu Wudao had slandered him that Zhuowen had attacked him. The first time was during the Marquis battle. This time, Huang Fu Wudao was defeated in front of everyone, and he still dared to say such baseless words. On the other hand, everyone in the surroundings revealed strange expressions. They'd watched the battle between Zhuowen and Huang Fu Wudao from beginning to end, and there'd never been any mention of a sneak attack. But now, Huang Fu Wudao had righteously said that Zhuowen had attacked him. Did he still want face? However, no one came out to refute. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to utter a word. Whether it was Huang Fu Wudao or Li Jin, they couldn't afford to offend them. If they interceded for the youth with the blood spear in front of them, they would end up in a miserable state. What a despicable brat! How dare he attack the first prince? Li Jin was even more furious. With a flick of his right hand, the blood spear that he had taken from Huang Fu Wudao's body was suddenly thrown towards Zhuowen. Its speed was so fast that it almost tore through the air. Zhuowen stood quietly on the spot. When the blood spear arrived in front of him, a sea of blood surged. The blood spear very consciously stopped beside Zhuowen, as obedient as a deer. You said I attacked him? Why would I need to attack such a piece of trash? Zhuowen sneered. Humph, you still want to quibble? You are only from the Xuanzuan realm. What strength do you have to defeat the first prince? It was clearly a sneak attack. What a despicable and shameless person. Li Jin's voice was even colder. He didn't believe Zhuowen's words at all. Lord Li Jin, what this big brother said is all true. Huangfu Wudao was indeed defeated by him. However, Huangfu Wudao is really too shameless. He actually slandered this big brother for launching a sneak attack. This is really damaging to his status as a prince. Suddenly, the youth who had been taught a lesson by Huangfu Wudao suddenly spoke and pointed at Huangfu Wudao with an indignant expression. What a bunch of nonsense. I think you should be in cahoots with this despicable and shameless person. Today, I will capture the two of you and throw you into the Imperial City's dungeon. As he spoke, Li Jin took a step forward, and his entire body turned into a hurricane. A large black spear condensed in his right hand and shot towards Zhuowen and the youth. The Imperial City's dungeon? It's over. This youth and the youth are finished. Once they enter the Imperial City's dungeon, they can forget about ever coming out. Hearing Li Jin's words, the surrounding people revealed shocked expressions. The Imperial City's dungeon was extremely famous in the Imperial City. It could be said to be the nightmare of all cultivators. Once imprisoned in the Imperial City's dungeon, there was simply no hope of leaving because it was simply impossible. Therefore, for a moment, the gazes that everyone looked at Zhuowen and the youth carried a trace of pity. Humph, want to imprison me in the Imperial City's dungeon? That will depend on your ability. Zhuowen coldly snorted. Similarly, he was not to be outdone. He fiercely swung his blood spear, causing an endless sea of blood to surge and rush towards Li Jin. Black Dragon Spear Technique. Li Jin loudly shouted, and the large black spear pierced forward. Instantly, countless black mist surged and actually formed a large black dragon that constantly swam around the large black spear. Bang! The large black spear accompanied the large black dragon and finally heavily smashed into the sea of blood. Subsequently, a terrifying explosion resounded, and the surging sea of blood was actually torn apart by the large black dragon. Whoosh! The large black spear's aura was like a rainbow as it instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. It wanted to completely strangle Zhuowen. Dong! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Following that, Li Jin was shocked to discover that his large black spear was actually motionless, as if it had been frozen. He raised his head and immediately saw that in front of Zhuowen, a huge furnace had unknowingly appeared. Divine Sun Cauldron, burn for me, Zhuowen's cold voice sounded. Following that, terrifying flames of the sun surged out and enveloped Li Jin's entire body, causing him to hastily block and panic. What a terrifying spirit treasure. This is the power of a royal rank spirit treasure. Li Jin's eyes were filled with shock as he bitterly withstood the corrosion of the flames of the sun. Who exactly was this young man in front of him? He actually possessed a royal rank spirit treasure. Whoosh! Chapter 846. White-browed, heavenly sovereign swoosh. A head shot out from the divine sun cauldron along with a pillar of blood. The fresh blood evaporated under the scorching heat of the sun fire. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the head that flew into the air. Their gazes hardened and their faces froze. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere became strangely silent. Huangfu Wudao covered his wound and saw the head that suddenly flew into the air. His mouth was slightly agape, and he was in a daze. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Jin, was an elite who was at the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm. Yet, he had been beheaded by this white-robed youth in front of him, and had died just like that. At that moment, the first thought in everyone's mind was that this was definitely an illusion. However, when Li Jin's head fell to the ground and rolled to the side of Huangfu Wudao's feet, everyone realized that this was not an illusion. It had really happened. The Imperial Guard commander Li Jin had a high status in the Imperial City and was a trusted subordinate who directly took orders from Emperor Qing. Under normal circumstances, Li Jin was a figure that many martial artists in the Imperial City feared. But now, the usually awe-inspiring Li Jin, who was feared by everyone, had his head sent flying by an unknown youth's spear in front of them. Who is this person? Even Li Jin was defeated by a single spear strike. Isn't this too terrifying? Is this an illusion? The Imperial Guard commander Li Jin, who guards the Imperial City, was killed just like that. After the silence, the crowd gasped. They could not imagine that the Imperial Guard commander Li Jin, who was usually high and mighty, would be killed just like that. This was too shocking. Kill. This person actually killed the commander. Let's take revenge for the commander. When everyone regained their senses, the group of Imperial Guards riding tall horses not far away was the first to recover from their shock. Then, they charged toward Zhuowen with bloodshot eyes. Li Jin had died just like that in front of them. If Emperor Qing wanted to punish them, they would not be able to live. Hence, if they wanted to live, they had to capture the culprit and hand him over to Emperor Qing. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he stared indifferently at the Imperial Guards who were charging toward him. With a stomp of his foot, the blood spear in his hand shot out, bringing with it an endless sea of blood. Screams rang out continuously. Then, the group of Imperial Guards turned into clouds of blood mist in the endless sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Looking at the annihilated Imperial Guards, everyone gasped again. This white-robed youth was ruthless. He had actually killed the Imperial Guards just like that. These Imperial Guards were all direct subordinates of Emperor Qing. If they were killed just like that, Emperor Qing would probably fly into a rage. Who is it? How dare you create trouble in my Imperial City? I think that you have a death wish. Of the of Heaven Palace. A loud shout suddenly rang out from within the Imperial City. A figure that looked like a rock, spreading its wings, rapidly flew over. This person was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His hair was black and white, and his eyebrows were long and pale white. He wore a patterned black robe and rushed over with a gust of wind. Especially when this person saw the annihilated Imperial Guards and the injured Huangfu Wudao, the anger in his eyes became even more intense. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. White Brow, Heavenly Sovereign, save me. This person is abominable. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure me, he even annihilated the Imperial Guards commander, Li Jin, and the rest of the Imperial Guards. This person has no respect for our Imperial family. He deserves to die. When Huangfu Wudao saw the middle-aged man rushing over, his eyes immediately revealed a look of hope, and he hurriedly shouted out, his voice filled with excitement. White Brow, Heavenly Sovereign. Zhuowen's pupils shrank when he heard Huangfu Wudao's question. From the way the middle-aged man addressed him, he knew that this person was definitely a Heavenly Sovereign expert. It was impossible for Zhuowen to be a match for such an expert. Kill Huangfu Wudao first, then escape. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't leave immediately, but instead flew straight towards Huangfu Wudao. This Huangfu Wudao was truly shameless to the extreme, and Zhuowen, would definitely kill him here. Zhuowen's actions immediately caused an uproar. They originally thought that Zhuowen would immediately flee with the arrival of Whitebrow Heavenly Sovereign, but no one expected that Zhuowen didn't choose to flee. Instead, he flew towards Huangfu Wudao with the intention of killing him. Huangfu Wudao's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he retreated. However, he cursed Zhuowen inwardly. A heavenly sovereign expert had arrived, yet this kid didn't flee. Instead, he wanted to kill him. However, after witnessing the scene of Zhuowen killing Li Jin in one move, Huangfu Wudao naturally couldn't meet Zhuowen head-on. He retreated repeatedly in an attempt to avoid Zhuowen's attack. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's speed was much faster than Huangfu Wudao's. At this moment, the blood spear carried an indomitable force as it swept towards Huangfu Wudao's heart, wanting to kill him directly. Audacious thief, you actually dare to attempt to kill the first prince in front of me? Whitebrow Heavenly Sovereign shouted. He suddenly slapped his right hand, and terrifying origin energy gathered to form a mountain-like palm. It instantly appeared above Zhuowen, and then suddenly descended, landing directly above Zhuowen's head. What a terrifying power! Zhuowen's heart trembled when he felt the origin energy palm crushing down from above. The power contained in this origin energy palm was extremely terrifying. Even the current Zhuowen would be severely injured if he were to be hit directly by it. If Zhuowen wanted to avoid this origin energy palm, he would definitely lose the initiative. At that time, Huangfu Wudao would escape from his pursuit range, and Whitebrow Heavenly Sovereign would quickly arrive to support him. He would no longer have the chance to kill Huangfu Wudao. Kill Huangfu Wudao will definitely die today. Zhuowen roared angrily. Waves of ink-black mist surged out of his body. Then, the ink-black mist slowly enveloped his entire body. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen stepped out of the ink-black fog in the blink of an eye. At this moment, his appearance was extremely strange. His entire body was covered in ink-black dragon scales. His elbows, knees, and back all had sharp black spikes. His face was also covered in black dragon scales, and his eyes had turned dark gold. A huge dragon tail grew from the end of his spine. It was like a huge whip, and with a slight swing, it could set off extremely violent gales. Zhuowen no longer held back in the face of an attack from a heavenly sovereign. He directly materialized his dragon soul and transformed into his Dragon Man form. According to Xiaohe, the Dragon Man form's defense was extremely abnormal. It was much more terrifying than the Great Sun Nirvana and could be considered Zhuowen's strongest trump card. Zhuowen's sudden change also caused the onlookers to be puzzled. They did not expect Zhuowen to become so strange. However, Zhuowen's subsequent actions were once again beyond everyone's expectations. Zhuowen, who had transformed into his Dragon Man form, completely ignored the Yuan power palm that was crushing down from the sky. He swept straight towards Huangfu Wudao without slowing down. Lunatic! He's a complete lunatic! That was what everyone thought. He did not dodge the attack of a heavenly sovereign and swore to kill Huangfu Wudao even at the cost of his life. It was simply too crazy. Huangfu Wudao was inexplicably horrified. The young man in front of him was too crazy. He wanted to kill him even at the cost of his life. Damn it! As long as I can delay you for a moment, Whitebrow Heavenly Sovereign's attack will come. You're dead for sure. Huangfu Wudao knew that it was impossible to avoid Zhuowen. He could only fight him head-on, hoping to stall for time and allow Whitebrow Heavenly Sovereign to come to his aid in time. Fight! Nine-headed sacrifice! Huangfu Wudao roared as he formed a seal with both hands. 9 snake heads burst out from his body once again, and an even more terrifying and massive 9-headed snake emerged from his body. At the same time, Huangfu Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. His nine-headed snake, armored soul, had been destroyed by Zhuowen earlier, and it would probably take a long time for him to recover. However, Huangfu Wudao had summoned a nine-headed snake again, and this time the nine-headed snake was much more terrifying than before. It was obvious that he had used some kind of secret technique, and the side effects of this secret technique were very likely to be extremely powerful. Zhuowen's dark golden eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. He stomped his foot and suddenly leaped up. After transforming into his dragon-man form, Zhuowen's movements were much more agile and nimble, and his mind was much calmer and clearer than before. "Break for me!" With a loud roar, Zhuowen's massive dragon tail swung out from behind him, and a terrifying pressure flowed out from the dragon tail. It was the pressure of a dragon, and it was extremely terrifying. The nine-headed snake, which originally had a ferocious expression, revealed a trace of fear after sensing the dragon pressure. Boom! The dragon tail slammed into the nine-headed snake, causing it to fall to the ground. Then Zhuowen leaped up and landed on the nine-headed snake's body. His hands, which were covered in dragon scales, suddenly reached into the nine-headed snake's body, and then pulled with both hands. Roar! The nine-headed snake wailed and actually instantly collapsed, and was annihilated under this terrifying force. At the same time, Zhuowen transformed into a black shadow and arrived before Huangfu Wudao, and his right hand suddenly lifted Huangfu Wudao up. A punch landed on Huangfu Wudao's lower abdomen, and a terrifying force erupted. Huangfu Wudao didn't even have time to groan before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In his dragon-man form, Zhuowen's strength was too terrifying. He almost possessed a portion of a true dragon's might and strength. This strength was extremely powerful for a cultivator. Therefore, Huangfu Wudao exploded into a cloud of blood mist under Zhuowen's punch. There was basically no chance of survival. "Ah, little bastard, you actually dared to kill the crown prince. You're dead meat." Seeing Huangfu Wudao die in front of him, Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet red, and his rage was monstrous. Rumble! At the same time, the terrifying Origin Energy Palm had completely arrived above Zhuowen's head. The terrifying power crushed down, and it actually intended to completely annihilate Zhuowen. Chapter 847. Frantically fleeing Azura Blood Sea. Divine Sun Cauldron, burn! Zhuowen's eyes were dark gold, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. With a wave of the blood spear in his hand, a terrifying sea of blood unscrupulously surged towards the sky. As for the Divine Sun Cauldron floating behind Zhuowen, it released an extremely terrifying sunfire that continuously gushed out, forming an extremely powerful and terrifying wall of fire above Zhuowen's head. Boom! The gigantic Yuan power palm instantly came crashing down, heavily slamming against the sea of blood and the wall of fire, following which a terrifying ring-shaped air wave spread out in all directions, forming into clusters of spiraling hurricanes. The surrounding warriors all revealed looks of shock. Before the terrifying wave of air arrived, they all retreated hundreds of meters away. Boom! The moment these warriors left, the wave of air spread out, and the buildings around the huge street all collapsed. The area within a radius of dozens of miles had almost become a vacuum. Only the huge palm of Origin Energy, the sea of blood, and the wall of fire were in a stalemate. Bang! The palm of Origin Energy shattered, but Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of his right hand, he kept the blood spear and the Divine Sun Cauldron into his spirit ring. Following the direction he flew backwards, he unfurled his 3 pairs of lightning wings, turned into a bolt of lightning, and directly left this place. he actually blocked Empyrean Whitebrow's attack. This person is so terrifying. Looking at the shattered palm of Origin energy, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Empyrean Whitebrow was a true Empyrean powerhouse, while Zhuowen was only a peak warrior of the Xuanzuan realm. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a warrior of the Xuanzuan realm to block the attack of an Empyrean realm powerhouse. Even if it was a casual attack, the Xuanzuan realm would not be able to block it. However, Zhuowen had done it. Although he was injured, he had indeed done it. How could everyone not be shocked? The face of the youth in the middle of the crowd was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with excitement and passion. A young talent like Zhuowen was the kind of genius that he revered. He was much stronger than Zhuowen, but at the same time, he was a little worried. Celestial Lord Whitebrow was too strong, and he didn't know if Zhuowen could escape. Trying to escape? Do you think it's that easy? Empyrean Lord Whitebrow bellowed angrily. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a hurricane and chased after Zhuowen. Damn it! Why is this Empyrean Whitebrow's speed so fast? Zhuowen, who had unfurled 3 pairs of lightning wings and whose speed had soared to the extreme, also noticed the Whitebrow Tianzuan, who was continuously closing in behind him. His heart sank with a thump. As he fled, Zhuowen's injuries rapidly healed with the terrifying regenerative abilities of the Hades King's heart. With Zhuowen's current regenerative abilities, he would basically be able to recover very quickly if he was given some time, as long as he did not harm his core. However, Empyrean Lord Whitebrow was a heavenly venerate after all. Although Zhuowen's lightning wings were blessed by nature and his speed was extremely fast, it was not enough in front of a heavenly venerate. Seeing that Empyrean Lord Whitebrow was constantly closing in on him, Zhuowen's heart sank. "Kid, let me borrow your lightning wings." Suddenly, Xiaohei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Subsequently, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that a deep black fog had surged out from between his eyebrows and was attached to the surface of the 3 pairs of lightning wings. When the black fog dissipated, the 3 pairs of lightning wings had changed beyond recognition. They no longer existed in the form of lightning, but had become 3 pairs of black dragon wings. Moreover, the 3 pairs of dragon wings were extremely large. When they were unfurled, they were 100 feet long. A gentle flap could sweep out a terrifying hurricane. Whiz! The 3 pairs of dragon wings suddenly opened and closed. Immediately, Zhuowen's speed increased by more than 10 times. Originally, when Empyrean Lord Whitebrow was about to close in on Zhuowen, he was shocked to discover that Zhuowen's speed had increased explosively at some point in time, leaving him far behind. With a few leaps, he disappeared from Empyrean Lord Whitebrow's line of sight. Whiz! In the sky above a rather lively street, Empyrean Lord Whitebrow suddenly descended into the air. He looked around, and his expression became even more unsightly. The people on the street also discovered the descending Empyrean Lord Whitebrow, especially the terrifying aura on his body, causing many of the martial warriors on the street to reveal expressions of fear. Did you see a martial warrior with 3 wings on his back pass by here just now? Empyrean Lord Whitebrow's expression was ugly as he looked down at the people on the street and asked coldly. Many of the martial warriors on the street revealed looks of doubt. There were also many people who shook their heads. Clearly, they did not see the person that Empyrean Lord Whitebrow was talking about. If you don't know, then all of you can go to hell as well. Empyrean Lord Whitebrow coldly snorted as his right hand suddenly smashed down. A huge amount of elemental energy condensed and transformed into a huge palm that was thousands of feet tall, enveloping the entire street. Boom! The entire street was directly turned into ruins by the palm of elemental energy. As for the many martial warriors on the street, they all exploded into clouds of blood mist. Not a single one of them survived. Looking at the street that had turned into ruins, Empyrean Lord Whitebrow frowned slightly. Just now, he had sensed that Juoan, whose speed had suddenly increased, had disappeared here. He suspected that Juoan was hiding on this street, which was why he decisively destroyed the entire street. His goal was to force out Juoan. Of course, it would be best if he could kill him together. However, what made Empyrean Lord Whitebrow frown was that the martial warriors on this street were actually destroyed by him without any resistance. Clearly, Juoan was not on this street. Otherwise, with Juoan's terrifying speed, it was very likely that he would have left the street before he attacked. The imperial capital was very large, and the streets inside were crisscrossed. The moment Empyrean Lord Whitebrow destroyed the entire street, the martial warriors on the surrounding streets all gathered around the ruins of the street. That's Empyrean Lord Whitebrow from the imperial family. What's going on? Why did Empyrean Lord Whitebrow destroy this street without distinguishing between right and wrong? The surrounding martial warriors all revealed indignant looks. Empyrean Lord Whitebrow's indiscriminate killing of the innocent had clearly aroused public anger. However, everyone only dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. Empyrean Lord Whitebrow was an Empyrean powerhouse. How could they afford to offend him? After all, he was powerful and had a powerful imperial family behind him. They did not dare to criticize him. Looking coldly at the surrounding martial warriors, Empyrean Lord Whitebrow released his powerful mind instructs in a second. He wanted to see if Juoan's aura was hidden among the surrounding people. To his disappointment, Juoan's aura seemed to have completely disappeared after entering the street. Even the surrounding martial warriors did not have the slightest bit of Juoan's aura. Cunning brat! With a cold snort, Empyrean Lord Whitebrow flicked his sleeve and stepped on the air. He left this place and headed towards the imperial capital. He needed to report what had happened here to Emperor Qing. After Empyrean Lord Whitebrow left, in the crowd around the ruins, an ordinary middle-aged man with a sallow complexion revealed a smile. This middle-aged man was Juoan, who had used the 100 transformation divine art to change his appearance and aura. Looking at the departing figure of Empyrean Lord Whitebrow, Juoan's eyes flickered, and he also quietly left this place. I really didn't expect that there would be an Empyrean realm expert in the imperial family. On the way, Juoan muttered to himself in a low voice, "Since the imperial family has an emperor power realm expert like Emperor Qing, there will definitely be an Empyrean realm expert. Moreover, I'm afraid that there will be more than one Empyrean realm expert. The imperial family of the Qing Xian Empire is not such a simple force." Xiaohei's cautious voice sounded. Hearing this, Juoan nodded. He was even more vigilant against the imperial family. Just as Xiaohei had said, the imperial family could not only have Empyrean Lord Whitebrow. It was very likely that there were other Empyrean realm experts. It seemed that this trip to the imperial capital dungeon to save someone might become extremely difficult and troublesome. Kid, right now, the imperial capital dungeon is undoubtedly a tiger's den. Even with the support of Elder Xiuan, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to save Lu Hantian, Xiaohei suddenly said in a serious tone. Juoan's eyes flickered as he said faintly, "I must break into the imperial capital dungeon. Now, let's go and check out the location of the imperial capital dungeon first." After saying that, Juoan did not say anything else. Instead, he rushed toward the northwest of the imperial capital. Just as the map had said, there was a large wasteland in the northwest of the imperial capital. In the center of the wasteland, there was a rather towering rockery. Around the rockery, There were groups of armored guards with surging auras. They held weapons and were constantly patrolling around the rockery. What surprised Zhuowen was that the guards patrolling around the rockery were all above the ultimate emperor realm. Among them, the leader of the guards had a cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm. This was only the periphery of the imperial capital dungeon. There were probably more experts in the imperial capital dungeon, and they were even more powerful. After briefly inspecting the surroundings of the imperial capital dungeon, Zhuowen's gaze became extremely serious. He restrained his aura and quietly left the place. After a few leaps, and confirming that no one was following him, he turned and headed toward the Drunken Spring Pavilion. After arriving at the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Zhuowen secretly entered the courtyard where Moyen Wushang was. Ding! The crisp sound of a zither suddenly rang out. It was like a high mountain and flowing water, permeating the entire courtyard. In the pavilion in the center of the courtyard, Moyen Wushang was sitting in front of the zither with a smile, looking at Zhuowen. "Miss Wushang, Zhuowen has taken the liberty of trespassing this time." Zhuowen cupped his hands and came in front of Moyen Wushang. His expression was somewhat guilty. Moyen Wushang shook her head and said, "Young Master Zhuo is too serious. This time, you must have come to the imperial capital dungeon, right?" Nodding, Zhuowen did not beat around the bush. Instead, he said straightforwardly, "I don't ask Miss Wushang to help me save people. I just hope Miss Wushang can tell me a thing or two about the true strength of the imperial capital. Other than Emperor Qing, there are other experts in the imperial capital." Moyen Wushang heard this and raised her eyebrows. She smiled and said, "It seems that you are not a reckless person. I ask Miss Wushang to tell me a thing or two." Zhuowen said seriously, "I will naturally tell you about this matter, but we should first go to the inn where you and Elder Shiwan are staying." Moyen Wushang suddenly said. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not understand the meaning of Moyen Wushang's words. He blurted out, "Miss Wushang, what do you mean?" "Of course, I want to go with you to save people. With your current strength, isn't saving people just sending yourself to death? If you die, Elder Sister Chen Shui will be sad to death." Chapter 848. 9 Orifices Golden Pilzhuwen brought Moyen Wushang and left Drunk Spring Pavilion quietly. After a while, the two of them arrived at the inn that Zhuowen had booked. Creak. The door was slowly closed. In the huge room, only Elder Shiwan was sitting beside the tea table, quietly sipping his tea. The sound of the door opening naturally attracted Elder Shiwan's attention. He looked a little wary. However, when he saw that it was Zhuowen, Elder Shiwan's expression softened. He looked at Moyen Wushang, who was beside Zhuowen, suspiciously. "Xiaoyu, are you injured? Did anything happen on your way to the Imperial City dungeon?" Elder Shiwan looked at Zhuowen and asked with concern. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Elder Shiwan, let me introduce you. This is Miss Moyen Wushang. She will be assisting me in saving people in the Imperial City dungeon." "Oh, it's Miss Moyen Wushang." Elder Shiwan looked at Moyen Wushang with a strange look in his eyes. After pondering for a while, he smiled and cupped his hands together. "I have heard of Elder Shiwan's name for a long time. However, I have never met you before. Now that I have met you, you are indeed extraordinary. No wonder you were able to fight with Emperor Qing back then," Moyen Wushang said with a smile. Elder Shiwan waved his hand and said, "Miss Wushang, you are exaggerating. Back then, Emperor Qing had deliberately held back. You can't take it seriously. If we really want to compare, I am not as good as you, Miss Wushang." Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Elder Shiwan, you must be joking. How can I be compared to you? Let's discuss the matter of saving people first. Elder Shi Yuan looked deeply at Moyan Wushang and nodded. He said, Miss Wushang is right. Let's discuss the matter of saving people first. Looking at the strange conversation between Moyan Wushang and Elder Shi Yuan, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Elder Shi Yuan knew something about Moyan Wushang's identity. And looking at Elder Shi Yuan, Moyan Wushang wasn't just a simple student of Jiaxin College. After all, Mu Qinxue was the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, and Moyan Wushang seemed to have a good relationship with Mu Qinxue. He knew that Moyan Wushang's identity was definitely not ordinary. However, Zhuowen didn't dwell on Moyan Wushang's identity. After all, Moyan Wushang had taken the initiative to help him save people. Zhuowen couldn't ask too many questions. Miss Wushang, can you tell me about the experts in the imperial family? Zhuowen suddenly asked with a smile. Moyan Wushang nodded and said, Sure. The Qing Xian Empire has been passed down for close to 1,000 years, and its foundation can be considered to be extremely strong. Then Moyan Wushang explained the power of the imperial family to Zhuowen and Elder Shi Yuan in detail. The more Zhuowen and Elder Shi Yuan listened, the uglier their faces became. As everyone knew, the strongest person in the imperial family was Emperor Qing. He was also the only emperor realm expert in the imperial family. His cultivation was unparalleled, and no one in the imperial family could compete with him. In addition, there were 5 celestial masters in the imperial family. They were Celestial Master Huang Jiao, Celestial Master Ziyang, Celestial Master Shiyu, Celestial Master Guanghan, and Celestial Master Bai Mei, who had chased after Zhuowen. Among the 5 holy masters, Ziyang Tianzuan was the strongest. He was at the peak of the holy master realm, and his strength was on par with Lu Hantian. Holy Master Bai Mei was the weakest. He was at the early stage of the holy master realm. If the one chasing after Zhuowen today was Emperor Ziyang, even if Zhuowen had many tricks up his sleeve and used all his trump cards, it would be difficult for him to escape. Fortunately, the one he encountered was the weakest of the 5 Empyreans, Emperor Whitebrow. In addition to the 5 heavenly venerables, the imperial family had more than 20 golden venerables and more than 100 martial venerables. This was an extremely terrifying force. It should be known that among the 5 great clans, the most powerful clan leader was probably only a golden exalt. However, the imperial family not only had 5 heavenly exalts, but also more than 20 golden exalts. The imperial family is too powerful. The 3 of us are weak. If we fight them head-on, it will be like hitting a rock with an egg. Hearing Moyan Wushang's introduction, Elder Shi Yuan frowned. He was worried. At first, he did not know that the imperial family was so powerful. Now that he knew, he began to hesitate. Zhuowen's face did not look good. Elder Shi Yuan was right. After listening to Moyan Wushang's introduction, he finally understood how terrifying the imperial family was. The imperial family's power is indeed terrifying. Of course, we can't fight them head-on. Zhuowen, don't you have the 100 transformation technique? Moreover, we are only saving people, not going head-on against the imperial family. So, you don't have to be so pessimistic. The most important part of this rescue is you, Zhuowen. With the 100 transformation technique, you can use this secret method to sneak into the dungeon and wait for an opportunity to make a move. After you rescue Lu Hantian, you can also release the other prisoners in the dungeon. You should know that the prisoners in the Imperial City dungeon are all famous experts. As the Imperial City dungeon has a total of 18 floors, the deeper the dungeon, the more terrifying the warriors are. If you can release those warriors, I think you and Lu Hantian will have a great chance of escaping. Moyan Wushang's lips curled up. Her beautiful eyes were full of a sly smile, as if her idea was very fun. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Moyan Wushang's idea was good. He, Zhuowen, could not compete with the imperial family's power. However, the prisoners in the imperial city dungeon were all powerful warriors. If they were released, it would be enough to create chaos for the imperial family. Once the imperial family's experts were in chaos, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian's chances of escaping would be greatly increased. Zhuowen, if I'm not wrong, your current cultivation should have reached the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. You're only one step away from advancing to the Supreme Being realm, right? Moyan Wushang suddenly asked. Zhuowen nodded and said, my cultivation has indeed advanced to the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. However, advancing to the Supreme Being realm in a short period of time is not very possible. Moyan Wushang's lips curled. She stretched out her slender hand and opened it in front of Zhuowen. A shining golden pill the size of a thumb appeared in front of Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that there were actually 9 small holes on the surface of this thumb-sized pill. From each of the holes, a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing one to feel refreshed and refreshed upon smelling it. This is the 9 Orifices golden pill. It can help you break through the shackles of the realm in a short period of time. Moyan Wushang's clear voice slowly rang out. 9 Orifices golden pill, it can actually help me break through the shackles of the realm in a short period of time. It's actually so miraculous. Looking at the golden pill in Moyan Wushang's palm, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Generally speaking, pills and elixirs that could help people break through were extremely precious and rare. Every one of them was priceless. This 9 Orifices golden pill could help the experts of the Xuanzuan realm break through the shackles of the realm. Its value was even more precious. For a moment, Zhuowen was a little hesitant. Moyan Wushang chuckled and said, this 9 Orifices golden pill is not mine. It was given to me by elder sister Chen Shui for safekeeping. When you reach the Xuanzuan realm, I'll give it to you. If it was me, I wouldn't be willing to give it to you. Oh, it was given to you by Chen Shui. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, but his heart was moved. Mu Qinshui had done enough for him, but he, Zhuowen, had never done anything useful for Mu Qinshui. Moreover, because of the cold poison in Mu Qinshui's body, she only had 3 years left to live. In these 3 years, Zhuowen had to rely on the flame-melting art to successfully fuse the heavenly flame. This was the only thing Zhuowen could do for Mu Qinshui. Without any hesitation, Zhuowen took the 9 Orifices golden pill from Moyan Wushang's hands and silently put it into his spiritual ring. There's no rush to save people. Zhuowen, you now have the 9 Orifices golden pill. Relying on this 9 Orifices golden pill, you can break through to the Supreme Realm in a short period of time. After you break through, you'll be more confident in saving people. Moyan Wushang said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and said, then I'll have to thank Miss Wushang. After that, Zhuowen, Elder Shiwan, and Moyan Wushang discussed for a while before the 3 of them went back to their respective rooms. After returning to his room, Zhuowen silently sat cross-legged on the futon in his room. After spending some time to calm his aura, he flicked his finger and took out the 9 Orifices golden pill from his spiritual ring. The 9 Orifices golden pill was indeed magical. The 9 orifices on its surface were constantly inhaling and exhaling air, as if a person was breathing in air through their nostrils. I hope this 9 Orifices golden pill can help me break through. With his eyes sparkling, Zhuowen no longer held back and directly crushed the 9 Orifices golden pill. Suddenly, a golden medicinal power filled the air. After that, Zhuowen opened all the major orifices in his body, and a swallowing force appeared. absorbing all the medicinal power into his body. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart was moved. The 9 orifices golden pill was indeed magical. The medicinal power was so strong that even he was a little shocked. After stabilizing his mind, Zhuowen stopped thinking about random things. He closed his eyes and began to silently refine the medicinal power that had been absorbed by the orifices in his body. While Zhuowen was silently refining the medicinal effects to break through, the imperial city was in a mess. Rumors of the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, and the imperial guards being completely wiped out began to spread throughout the imperial city. It was a hubbub, and there was no end to it. In the throne room, Emperor Qing stood silently in the center of the main hall. Behind him stood 5 figures. One of the 5 figures had long black and white hair and snow-white eyebrows. It was Celestial Master White Eyebrows, who was chasing after Zhuowen. The other 4 were the other 4 Celestial Masters of the imperial family. At this moment, Celestial Master White Eyebrows knelt on one knee behind Emperor Qing. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. His right hand, which was supporting him on the ground, was trembling slightly. It showed that Celestial Master White Eyebrows was nervous at this moment. Wudao has been killed. Furthermore, he was killed by a junior who was also at the Mystique Venerable rank. Who is that junior? Emperor Qing's back was still facing the 5 Celestial Masters, but his voice gradually became cold. Chapter 849. Sovereign Realm. A genius who is older than Wudao? Furthermore, he didn't show off in the past. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. A trace of suspicion surfaced in his heart. He suspected that the person who had killed Huangfu Wudao and the imperial guards was Zhuowen. Although the appearance of the young man described by Heavenly Venerate by Mei was completely different from Zhuowen, Emperor Qing knew that if Qingxian Empire really had such a terrifying genius, it was impossible for him not to know. Coupled with what Aoki had said previously about Zhuowen's traces in Muqing County, Emperor Qing was even more certain that the young man with the bloody spear was Zhuowen. He's growing so fast, he can even kill a golden venerate like Li Jin. Zhuowen must have obtained some sort of secret in the dragon vein. I must capture him. Emperor Qing's eyes were blazing as he thought to himself. The white-brow Celestial Exalt was rather uneasy. He stared at the Azure Emperor in surprise and doubt, and said softly, "Your Majesty, why don't I lead the Imperial Army to search the entire Imperial capital? I swear I will capture that damned young man." Emperor Qing shook his head and said, "There's no need. If I'm not wrong, the young man with the bloody spear should be the Zhuowen we're looking for." Heavenly Venerate by Mei and the other 4 Heavenly Venerates' eyes flickered as they revealed a strange look. They had naturally heard of Zhuowen. That was because the Cyan Emperor had summoned them for the sake of the younger generation called Zhuowen. Moreover, what surprised them even more was that the Cyan Emperor actually planned to have the 5 of them guard the imperial prison for the sake of Zhuowen. Just for a junior, the 5 Heavenly Venerates actually had to guard the imperial city's dungeon at the same time. In the beginning, they had thought that Emperor Qing was making a mountain out of a molehill. Now, they realized that Zhuowen was indeed quite capable, as he had actually escaped from Heavenly Venerate by Mei. Even so, they didn't really care about Zhuowen. After all, Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow had been able to put Zhuowen in such a miserable state. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow was the weakest among the 5 Heavenly Venerates. Hence, it was indeed a little excessive for the 5 of them to guard together. Don't underestimate that Zhuowen. According to Empyrean Whitebrow's description, that Zhuowen might have a secret technique that can change his appearance and aura, so we can't be careless. And Prince Aoki also plans to invite the 2 Grand Elders of the Blue Dragon Hall to guard the Imperial City's underground prison with the 5 of you. This time, after Zhuowen walks into the trap, we must capture him completely. But remember, you must capture him alive. If any of you kill Zhuowen, you will be buried with him. At this point, Emperor Qing's voice became extremely cold. A terrifying pressure faintly flowed out from his body, causing the faces of the 5 heavenly venerates to change slightly. At this moment, the 5 heavenly venerates were truly shocked. Even the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Aoki, and the 2 Grand Elders actually wanted to guard the Imperial City's underground prison with them. 8 heavenly venerates joining forces to guard the Imperial City's underground prison, just for a junior whose cultivation was only in the Xuanzuan realm. Wasn't this too terrifying? Especially when they felt the faintly discernible and powerful coldness from the Azure Emperor, the 5 celestial venerables all had solemn expressions. They could completely feel that the Azure Emperor valued Zhuowen to a degree that far exceeded their expectations. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With us 8 heavenly venerates here, even if a fly enters the Imperial City's underground prison, we can make it unable to return, let alone Zhuowen, the 5 heavenly venerates said cautiously. Yes, you guys go to the Imperial City's underground prison first. Zhuowen will probably receive news that Lu Hantian is imprisoned in the underground prison very soon. It won't be long before he will walk right into the trap. Emperor Qing nodded and said with a wave of his sleeve. The 5 heavenly venerates respectfully cupped their hands and bowed. Soon after, they slowly left the hall. Soon, only Emperor Qing's figure was left in the hall. Emperor Qing stood silently in the hall with a deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Huangfu Wudao was the next successor that Emperor Qing had personally promoted. Emperor Qing had cultivated Huangfu Wudao with great care, while Li Jin and the Imperial Guards were his personal guards. They were his usual left and right hands. However, Emperor Qing's eyes did not reveal the slightest bit of anger when he heard that Huangfu Wudao and the Imperial Guards had been killed by Zhuowen. In other words, Emperor Qing did not care at all. Zhuowen, you won't be able to escape. Whether it is the dragon soul in your body or the secret of the dragon vein, you will spit it all out. An indifferent voice rang out in the hall. Soon after, Emperor Qing's figure disappeared into the shadows of the hall. Emperor Qing clearly knew that the Imperial City's underground prison, which was guarded by 8 heavenly venerates, was like an airtight moat. No matter who broke into the underground prison, it was impossible to escape. He was very confident that Zhuowen would definitely overestimate himself and break into the Imperial City's underground prison for Lu Hantian. Even if it was a trap that Emperor Qing had set for him, Zhuowen would still risk his life and fall into it. This was because he clearly knew that regardless of whether it was Zhuowen or Lu Hantian, they were both people who valued relationships. Since they were people who valued relationships, they would have a weakness. If he could grasp this weakness, he, Emperor Qing, would be in an invincible position. 3 days quickly passed. When the first ray of sunlight shone down on the morning of the 3rd day, Zhuowen, who was silently sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, slowly opened his eyes. Boom! A thunder-like sound burst out from his body. An extremely terrifying aura spread and swept across the entire space. It actually caused countless vortexes to appear and fill the entire space. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were shining like stars in the night sky. There was an extremely rich joy in them. I have broken through. I have finally broken through from the peak of the Xuanzuan realm to the sovereign realm. Slowly getting up, Zhuowen stretched his muscles and bones. He could clearly feel that the strength in his body had become stronger. After advancing to the sovereign realm, Zhuowen's strength had increased by at least several times. If he were to meet Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow again, although he would still be no match for him, at least Zhuowen would not be chased by Whitebrow Heavenly Venerate like last time. After pushing open the door, Zhuowen called Elder Shiwan and Moyen Wushang, who were staying in the other two rooms, out. Elder Shiwan and Moyen Wushang were surprised that Zhuowen had broken through so quickly. However, they were not too surprised. They had seen Zhuowen's talent. In addition, Zhuowen was a descendant of the Ryuka who possessed the dragon soul. He had a unique and powerful talent. Hence, they felt that it was reasonable for Zhuowen to advance. After the three of them discussed the rescue mission, they decided to take action tonight. The plan was very simple. That was to let Zhuowen be the vanguard and sneak into the Imperial City dungeon to wait for an opportunity to take action. After stirring up the situation in the Imperial City dungeon, they would take advantage of the chaos to rescue Lu Hantian and Moyen Wushang. Elder Shiwan and Moyen Wushang would be waiting outside the dungeon. After the discussion, the three of them went back to make preparations to deal with the rescue mission tonight. A day passed quickly. Night slowly fell. The land that was originally shining brightly was now shrouded in darkness. Only the twinkling stars provided a weak light. Pitter-patter-patter. The rain fell slowly from the sky. It was getting heavier and heavier. The sound of the rain was like thunder, resounding throughout the land. It was so mighty. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In this heavy and rainy night, three figures silently flew towards the northwest of the imperial capital. Their movements were very light and careful. Wherever they passed, they did not attract anyone's attention at all. Very soon, the three figures arrived at the wasteland in the northwest. The three of them silently curled up in a thicket several dozen meters away from the fake mountain at the center of the wasteland. They stared at the fake mountain several dozen kilometers away. At this moment, the rain was pouring down, and the sound of the rain could be heard everywhere. However, outside the wasteland, there were still groups of soldiers in armor. They were tirelessly patrolling and were not affected by the sound of the rain at all. The three people hiding in the bushes were naturally Zhuowen, Elder Shiwan, and Moyen Wushang. At this moment, the three of them looked dignified. They could clearly feel that the security around the wasteland was much stricter than usual. Zhuowen, the Imperial City dungeon, is now heavily guarded. If you want to sneak in, I'm afraid it will be much more difficult than usual. Elder Shiwan said with a dignified look. Zhuowen had also expected this problem. He said to Elder Shiwan, if you want to sneak in, you have to disguise yourself as one of the patrolling soldiers. I'm afraid that ordinary soldiers are not qualified to enter the dungeon. If you want to disguise yourself, you have to disguise yourself as the commander of the soldiers. Elder Shiwan pondered for a moment and continued, I'll follow you to the wasteland. Let's capture the commander of the soldiers first. Zhuowen nodded and silently walked toward the wasteland with Elder Shiwan. With their cultivation, it was a piece of cake for them to not attract the attention of the patrolling soldiers around the wasteland. After a while, the two of them hid in a dark corner around the wasteland when the patrolling soldiers were not paying attention. As it was a rainy night, and the corner that the two of them had chosen was very remote, it was like a blind spot. The soldiers who passed by could not see the two of them hiding in the corner. Just now, I used my mental strength to check. There are a total of 20 patrolling soldiers scattered around the wasteland. The distance between each team is 30 meters. What we need to do now is to wait for the best opportunity. Elder Shiwan said to Zhuowen through telepathy. Zhuowen nodded. The two of them stood in the corner of the wasteland and waited silently. After a while, a team slowly passed by the corner where Zhuowen and Elder Shiwan were. Ding dong! The sound of a stone falling to the ground suddenly rang out, causing the team to stop. Immediately, the leader of the team squinted his eyes and silently stared at the corner where the sound came from. "Who is there?" the leader of the soldiers asked coldly. Chapter 850. Into the dungeon the soldier commander's eyes were full of solemnity as he tiptoed into the dark corner. The moment he stepped into the darkness, his eyes became blurred and he froze on the spot. Following this, a huge force came over and a hand pulled him in. Then, the hand covered the soldier's mouth without any hesitation. With a slight cracking sound, the soldier died a violent death. In a dark corner, Zhuowen and Elder Shi Yuan looked at each other. Then, Zhuowen quickly took off the leader's armor and put it on himself. After putting on the uniform of the leader of the soldiers, Zhuowen's face suddenly squirmed and changed. In the end, he took on the appearance of the leader of the soldiers, and his aura was almost identical to the latter's. Outside the fake mountain, the soldiers who were originally standing in place all frowned slightly. Their leader had already been in the shadow of the fake mountain for some time, but he still hadn't come out. Could it be that something had happened? Why hasn't the leader come out yet? Let's go and take a look. The soldier at the front frowned slightly and said to the team behind him. After obtaining the approval of the group, the soldiers slowly approached the shadow in the corner. Their expressions became extremely vigilant. Their leader had been in there for a long time and still hadn't come out. Something must have happened. Therefore, these soldiers became extremely vigilant. If there was any trouble, they wouldn't be lenient. Just as they were about to approach the shadow in the corner, a figure slowly walked out, causing many of the soldiers to become nervous. The soldier in the lead even coldly shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me. Don't tell me you can't even recognize me? Didn't I tell you to stay put and wait? Why are you all here?" A cold and indifferent voice was transmitted over. Soon after, this figure finally appeared in front of the soldiers. Wasn't this the leader who had been investigating the shadows in this corner? "So it's Lord Chief. Just now, we saw that you hadn't come out for a long time, so we were worried about your safety and took the initiative to come and check. What did you find inside, sir?" the soldier in the lead hurriedly asked. The soldier leader nodded and said faintly, "I didn't find anything. The one who made the noise should be a crafty rabbit that accidentally passed by the rockery. Other than that, there are no other abnormalities." When the other soldiers heard this, they all nodded, but they were rather puzzled. However, the person in front of them was their leader, so they didn't ask too much. "Let's go. You all continue to patrol. I need to go into the dungeon." The soldier leader waved his hand and said to the group of soldiers. The group didn't suspect anything, and ordinary soldiers could only patrol around. Was the only one who could enter the dungeon. They was the soldier leader of the dungeon. And the dungeon was dungeon. Dungeon, studio, art. Dungeon, master studio of the dungeon, was art studio, dungeon studio. Dungeon, duns. Soul, studio. Soul, dungeon, soul. Soul, done. Was dungeon. Soul from the memories of the leader of the soldiers. Zhuowen had a rather good understanding of the first floor of the dungeon. Besides, it was common for people like him to request to enter the dungeon. After all, the leader of the soldiers was also a human, and there were bound to be times when he was tired. Every time this happened, the leader of the soldiers would order the soldiers under him to continue patrolling while they would enter the first floor of the dungeon to take a nap. Following his memory, Zhuowen quickly arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The guard at the entrance glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, nodded, and let Zhuowen in. After entering the entrance, what appeared in front of Zhuowen was a rather deep passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were rows of burning torches. Walking slowly in the corridor, Zhuowen tried his best to appear calm and indifferent. Fortunately, the leader of the soldiers that Zhuowen was disguised as was a person who did not like to talk much. Hence, his relationship with the other leaders was not very good. It was because of this that Zhuowen entered the dungeon with even more ease. After all, if the master that he was impersonating was someone who was good at talking and had good interpersonal relationships, once he entered the dungeon, he would probably talk nonsense with the other leaders. At that time, the chances of him giving himself away would be very high. Walking out of the corridor, on the other side of the corridor, there was a rather spacious stone hall. There were many simple tables and chairs in the hall. At this moment, there were already 5 figures sitting on the tables and chairs, chatting happily. These 5 people were naturally the leaders of the other teams. At this moment, Zhuowen's entrance also attracted the attention of the 5 of them. However, the 5 of them only glanced at Zhuowen before turning their heads and continuing their discussion. Towards the indifference of the 5 people, Zhuowen appeared to be very calm. But in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. He did not want to talk too much with these people. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to give himself away. Sitting on a chair, Zhuowen discovered that there was a rather sumptuous plate of wine and fruit on the table. It was obvious that it was a reward for the leaders of the soldiers. Silently drinking his wine, Zhuowen sized up the surroundings of the first floor of the dungeon. The first floor was located in the middle of the fake mountain, so it was filled with potholes looking rather strange and ugly. On the surface of these potholes, there were rows of iron fences. With Zhuowen's current eyesight, he could see that there were many figures within the iron fences. Obviously, these potholes should be the place where the prisoners on the first floor were imprisoned. The strength of these prisoners was not strong, generally around the Earth King realm and Heavenly King realm. According to the dungeon layout map given by Moyen Wushang, Zhuowen knew that the Imperial City dungeon was divided into 18 floors. The deeper you went, the stronger the prisoners were. Therefore, Zhuowen would not act rashly now. After he sneaked into the depths of the dungeon and confirmed the location of Lu Hantian, he would try to release the powerful prisoners and create as much chaos as possible in the dungeon. In this stone hall, in addition to the entrance corridor that Zhuowen had entered, there was a deep corridor ahead. That corridor was the only way to the second floor. I really don't know what's going on. His Majesty Emperor Qing suddenly ordered all of us to be transferred to the Imperial City dungeon. Usually, there are only 5 teams patrolling the Imperial City dungeon, but in the past few days, there have been 20 teams patrolling the Imperial City dungeon. It's almost impenetrable. A man in blue with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks grabbed a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp, complaining slightly. As soon as the blue-clothed man finished speaking, the burly man sitting opposite him suddenly said mysteriously, "You don't know? 20 teams are just appetizers. As far as I know, His Majesty Emperor Qing has even invited the 5 celestial masters of the imperial family. They are currently guarding the depths of the dungeon." What? Even the 5 celestial masters have come to guard the dungeon. Could it be that some strong enemy has invaded? As soon as these words were said, the other leaders were shocked. They did not expect that even the 5 celestial masters of the imperial family would come together to guard the dungeon. This was too exaggerated. It is said that the reason why His Majesty Emperor Qing has put on such a big show is mainly because of a young man named Zhuowen. You should have heard of this child, right? The burly man continued. I have indeed heard of him. He seems to be an extremely talented junior. Back then, the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, was almost defeated by this child. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Obviously, they were not unfamiliar with Zhuowen. They had all gone to watch the ranking battle back then, so they naturally knew who Zhuowen was. After Zhuowen disappeared for a period of time, he suddenly appeared in Muqin County in a domineering manner. Moreover, the strength that he erupted with was even more shocking. The elite experts that the Glan, Feng, Chao, and Blue Dragon Hall brought were all annihilated by this child. Among them were the Azure Dragon Guard Qin Yi, the Glan, Chao, and Feng family heads. Hearing this, the other leaders were really shocked. The Azure Dragon Guard Qin Yi, the Glan family head, Glan Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian were all experts in the initial stage of the Golden Venerate stage. They were famous experts in the imperial city, but they had been annihilated by Zhuowen alone. What a joke! There is no doubt about it. It is said that this child is a descendant of the Ryuka and has an extremely powerful dragon soul in his body. Although his cultivation level is not very high, his strength is one of the best. The burly man curled his lips and said. Hearing this, the others revealed a look of relief. No wonder Zhuowen was so terrifying. It turned out that he was a descendant of the Ryuka with a powerful dragon soul. It was no wonder that he could kill a Golden Venerate stage expert. 10,000 years ago, the Ryuka had ruled the eastern lands for tens of thousands of years. Even though the Ryuka had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, the younger generation of ancient martial artists still had a deep impression of the Ryuka experts. Everyone knew that Ryuka ancient martial artists could awaken a dragon soul, and a dragon soul was a powerful armor soul that was superior to other armor souls. 10,000 years ago, those Ryuka ancient martial artists who had awakened a powerful dragon soul could challenge other Golden Venerate stage experts. After their cultivation level reached the 4 Venerate stage. What was even more abnormal was that there were some peerless Ryuka ancient martial artists who were able to kill Heavenly Venerate stage experts when they were still in the Xuanzuan realm. When their cultivation level reached the Heavenly Venerate stage, they could even contend with an Emperor Realm expert. It could be said that the Ryuka ancient martial artists were the epitome of terror 10,000 years ago. Thinking back to the glory of the Ryuka ancient martial artists, many ancient martial artists still sighed. Zhuowen, who was sitting at a table and thinking silently, narrowed his eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The Qing Emperor had placed so much importance on Zhuowen's rescue mission that he had sent all 5 heavenly venerates of the imperial family to guard the dungeon. Slowly standing up, Zhuowen walked silently to the tunnel in front of him. He intended to enter the 2nd level, and he had to find out the location and news of Lu Hantian as soon as possible. Stop! Leader Huifeng, what are you trying to do? We are not qualified to enter the 2nd level. Chapter 8:51. Ice and Snow Prison. Slowly turning around, Zhuowen saw the 5 leaders in the stone hall staring at him with unfriendly gazes. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Sorry, I took the wrong path. I thought this tunnel was the way out." As he spoke, Zhuowen returned to the stone hall. When the 5 leaders who were led by the burly man heard this, their gazes became much gentler. When Zhuowen passed by the 5 leaders, a blood spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, 5 blood-red rays cut through the air. Then, the 5 leaders all froze on the spot, not moving at all. The 5 of them held their necks and narrowed their eyes. They turned their heads with difficulty and stared at Zhuowen, who was holding the blood spear in his hand. They muttered, "Leader Huifeng, you, why?" Zhuowen frowned and said indifferently, "Because the real Huifeng is already dead." "Then you are?" The burly man's breath was weak, and he asked with difficulty, "Weren't you all talking about me just now?" Zhuowen slowly walked to the burly man's side and gently patted his shoulder. The burly man's eyes narrowed. He pointed at Zhuowen with his right hand and said intermittently, You are Zhuowen?" Congratulations. You got it right, but there is no reward. Zhuo nodded. Then, with a stomp of his foot, the fire of the sun instantly enveloped the 5 leaders. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them were burned to ashes. After silently killing the 5 leaders, the prisoners who were locked up in the pits around the stone hall all had hopeful looks in their eyes. They knew that this person was definitely not a dungeon guard, and was most likely an expert who had come to break into the dungeon. Brother, I'm sorry. You killed the 5 leaders. If you are here to break into the dungeon, release us while you are at it. In the nearest pit, a sloppy man with shifty eyes stared at Zhuo and said. As soon as this person's words came out, the other prisoners in the pit all looked at Zhuo with hopeful eyes. They had been locked up in the dungeon for too long, and now they couldn't wait to escape. Zhuo shook his head and said, Your strength is too weak. If you come out now, you will only be cannon fodder. Moreover, it will be easy to alert the enemy. After I come out from the depths of the dungeon, I will let you out. As he spoke, Zhuo no longer paid any attention to the prisoners in the surrounding pits. Instead, he planned to head towards the tunnel in front of him. However, just as he was about to step into the tunnel, a sharp voice rang out. You have to let us out. Otherwise, I'll shout loudly to attract the attention of the other guards. Let's see how you're going to enter the depths of the dungeon. Turning his head to look, Zhuo immediately discovered that the person who spoke was none other than the shifty-eyed man from before. Seeing that Zhuo had really stopped in his tracks, the shifty-eyed man's eyes revealed a trace of pride as he continued. If you want to continue deeper into the dungeon and don't want to alert the enemy, you'd better listen to me and let us out first. Looks like you're courting death. You actually dare to threaten me. Zhuo's eyes flashed with killing intent as a blood-red light flashed out. The shifty-eyed man didn't even let out a groan before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Do all of you have the same thoughts as this person? Do you want me to let you out now? Once the shifty-eyed man died, Zhuo stood proudly. He looked around at the other prisoners in the pit and asked word by word. At this moment, these prisoners were already so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. Instead, they hid in the depths of the pit and stared at Zhuo with extreme fear. Too ruthless. This man in front of them was too ruthless. They didn't want to die. Looking at the prisoners who had become quiet one by one, Zhuo no longer paid any attention to them. With a step, he entered the tunnel and quickly disappeared. Not long after entering the tunnel, Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. This dungeon actually contains an extremely pure dragon qi. Zhuo's footsteps paused as he stood in the middle of the tunnel. His eyes revealed a look of surprise as he said, Dragon qi? How could there be dragon qi in the Imperial City's dungeon? I don't know either. I can only vaguely feel that dragon qi. It should be in the deepest part of the dungeon. This dragon qi is much weaker than a true dragon. I think it should be a dragon soul martial artist. Xiaohei said with some uncertainty. Dragon soul martial artist? Zhuo's eyes revealed a trace of pondering. He had some guesses in his heart. He nodded and said, Let's go to the bottom of the dungeon first. Once we reach the bottom of the dungeon, we will naturally know what is hidden at the bottom of the dungeon. After saying that, Zhuo continued to go deeper into the tunnel. Moreover, he became more vigilant and careful. He knew that as he went deeper into the dungeon, the guards he would encounter would definitely become stronger and more terrifying. Fortunately, Zhuo had the 100 transformation technique. Not only could he change his appearance and aura, but he also had the ability to conceal his aura. Therefore, he still had a certain level of confidence in breaking into the depths of the dungeon. The entrance to the second floor is at the corner in front. There are 2 guards at the entrance. Moreover, there are 5 or 6 powerful martial artists on the second floor. Xiaohe said calmly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He nodded and slowly walked out of the corner. Sure enough, he saw a metal fence in front of him. There were 2 armored martial artists at the entrance. The auras of these 2 martial artists weren't weak. They should be at the ultimate emperor realm. At this moment, the 2 of them also noticed Zhuowen. They immediately pointed the spears in their hands at Zhuowen and said, "Which team are you the leader of? You don't have the right to enter the second floor." Zhuowen hurriedly revealed a trace of a flattering smile. He took out 2 high-grade spirit stones from his spirit ring and said, "Brothers, this is a small token of my appreciation. I am Hui Feng. I have a friend who has committed a grave mistake and is being detained in this dungeon. Because I miss him so much, I wanted to come down and visit him." When they saw the high-grade spirit stones that Zhuowen stuffed into their hands, the corners of the 2 martial artists' lips curled up. The vigilance on their faces gradually receded as they said, "So it's leader Hui Feng. I really didn't expect that your friend would be detained in this dungeon. You should know that once someone is detained in this dungeon, it's basically impossible for them to leave. However, since you are leader Hui Feng's friend, we are not unreasonable people. If you are willing to give us a token of appreciation, we will let leader Hui Feng in." The 2 martial artists very unceremoniously put away the high-grade spirit stones. They stared at Zhuowen and spread out their right hands. Their meaning was extremely clear. 1 high-grade spirit stone was not enough. Zhuowen deliberately revealed a shocked and pained expression. He reluctantly took out 2 more high-grade spirit stones from his spirit ring and handed them to the martial artists. He said, "Brothers, you should know that the reward for being a patrol commander is not high. These are the last 2 high-grade spirit stones." When they saw Zhuowen's pained expression, the 2 martial artists nodded and accepted the spirit stones. They opened the metal fence, and one of them said, "I will lead you to your cell. However, I must warn you, don't have any bad intentions. This is the Imperial City's dungeon. If you have any bad intentions, you will definitely not be able to leave." "Yes, yes, yes. Of course, I am not tired of living." Zhuowen hurriedly smiled and said. One of the martial artists nodded and greeted the other martial artist. Then he led Zhuowen to the second floor of the dungeon. The structure of the second floor was very different from the first floor. Because it was on the first floor, the structure of the second floor was much simpler than the first floor. "Leader Hui Feng, may I know which cage your friend is in on the second floor?" Walking in front, the martial artist's attitude was much better than before. After all, he had taken other people's spirit stones and gained a lot of benefits. This martial artist naturally would not give others a hard time. "My friend should be in the 17th floor of the dungeon," Zhuowen suddenly said. "What? On the 17th floor?" The guard, who originally had a smile on his face, froze on the spot after hearing these words. Immediately, he slowly turned his head and immediately saw Zhuo Wenzheng with a strange smile. Whoosh! A bloody light flashed past. The martial artist clutched his neck tightly and stared at Zhuowen. He was completely breathless. Even until his death, he did not know why leader Hui Feng wanted to kill him. After burning the martial artist's corpse to ashes, Zhuowen once again changed into the martial artist's appearance and walked out of the second floor of the dungeon. He headed towards the third floor of the dungeon. Zhuowen's speed was neither fast nor slow. Along the way, he used the 100 transformation technique. Zhuowen's appearance changed more than 10 times, and he gradually went deeper into the dungeon without making a sound. He was very clear that the people on the upper floors of the dungeon would soon notice that something was wrong. At that time, if they were delayed because of this, it would be even more difficult for him, Zhuowen, to move. Just as Zhuowen continued to go deeper into the dungeon, the 17th floor of the dungeon was dead silent. The space of the 17th floor of the dungeon was not big. It was only about 500 square meters. However, this space was filled with bone-chilling cold. Wisps of cold air spread out in the space like clouds and mist. The surface of the space was covered with extremely thick ice. This was simply a world of ice and snow. Moreover, this cold air was even more terrifying than ordinary Earth-level cold air. At the same time, there were a total of 4 cages condensed from ice in this ice and snow space. These 4 cages were suspended in midair. In these 4 suspended cages, there were 4 figures sitting cross-legged. If Zhuowen was in this ice and snow space, he would definitely be able to recognize a sloppy figure in one of the cages. This sloppy figure was none other than Lu Hantian, who had his cultivation sealed by Emperor Qing and was imprisoned in the dungeon. At this moment, Lu Hantian slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Turning his head, Lu Hantian stared at the bottom of the ice and snow space. In the center of the ice and snow space, there was an extremely deep abyss. "Senior, thank you for your teachings for so many days. If I, Lu Hantian, am able to break through to the next realm, I will definitely rescue you. Together, we will turn this imperial city upside down." As if he was muttering to himself, Lu Hantian uttered these inexplicable words and closed his eyes again.